Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. My name's John B, and this is a recording of my Twitch stream from this week where we listen to your demos. The way to submit them, if you want to do that in future, is find the link on my Twitch basically, but what you need to do is upload your songs to SoundCloud and then post them in the demos channel on my Discord. Sounds complicated, it's not really. And what we do is I spend most Thursday afternoons now going through everything that people have submitted. We all listen together while I'm live streaming on Twitch, twitch.tv/John B. Beta, and I do my best to give positive feedback if I've got any tips or ideas, things that I think might be helpful that would help improve the tune. I do my best to sort of try to help with stuff. Sometimes there's nothing I can say, either like tune's good as it is, or sometimes I just don't know. I haven't got the foggiest. But usually, I can offer some sort of advice. I've been producing drum and bass for a long time. It's my job. I love the music. I listen to lots of stuff. So and also the chat, like everyone that's watching with us on Twitch, is very knowledgeable and big fans of drum and bass. So there's lots of good feedback and comments, and it's nice to hear your work and to share it with the community. So have I said everything I needed to? I think I have. That was the intro. So we're in for the demos. Intro. Smash that like button, hit that comment, tell me what you think in the comments down below. Do a subscribe, smash the like bell button, get notified, helps the algorithm hand thing. YouTube. How's that? There we go. All right, so we're in. So you can see my screen here. We've got the Discord open. I think I found out where we left off from last week. The last song we listened to last week was called Algorithm, which is a fantastic title. Hello to everybody on Twitch that's watching now. I'll now sort of forget that we're also being watched on YouTube at some point in the future, and it's just you and me now, so I can bring my energy down a bit. I can stop with a hey guys, yo, sign up to my email list, yeah. Ols, everyone says everyone some bits now. Conclave is in the place. We've got Booze Not Booze in with the explosions. Fiery Biscuits is telling us to hit the bells and the subscribers. Yeah, hit the subscribers, comment on the bells, click that email box. So first one today that we're listening to while I settle into things, we got two tracks from Bring the Beat Mac. One's called I've Been Waiting for You, the other's called This Is My Life. So let's get my stuff lined up on there, all right, so you can kind of see what's going on. If you want to check any of these out after the stream, all you need to do is find the Discord, and you'll see all the links to all of this stuff, because that's basically what I'm doing. I go through it in a chronological order. Don't skip anything. We're not doing any like paid for jumping the queue or any of that. Keeping it democratic and fair. So here we go. First one. If it's too loud or too quiet or you can't hear my mic, let me know. Good luck, Astalok, with the DIY stuff. Hello, Sean. Nice. I like the vocal samples. That doesn't sound like your everyday kind of tune. Bass is a bit wide in places, a bit wide on the old stereo, but they all sort of fit together. Ah, there we go. Ooh. this. Nothing's jumping out at me as being like out of place or anything. I like the low kind of organ bass that's sort of keeping things together. Nice development there with the undulating thing, and it sounds good with the little bit of reverb on it. Vocals really good, comes in at just the right kind of time. Thank you very much for the sub coming in. Bastardo just subscribed. 12 months, thank you very much. Also welcoming back for Life Official. Welcome to the channel. Waiting for the yawn. I had a yawn before the stream started, so I'm holding off. Just don't mention it. Oh no, I feel one coming. Booze Not Booze says when singing the vocal came in intro, maybe just a little filter or other change of the bass. Ooh, that's a heavy. Oh no, we got a yawn coming. Ooh, it's the yawn. Hello, Jill. Cheddar G's telling me to play it in my next set. Mad McMahon says the vocal's a bit overused. Another lyric would be nice. Sometimes that's not possible if those are the only ones you got from the little sample snippets. Big yawn, big tune. Yeah. Yeah, that sounds cool, really. Sounds complete to me. Nothing major I can add. I don't really think I'd play it. It's not super duper my style, but mix down's all fairly balanced. The drums are audible. The bass is the right sort of level compared to everything else. The Reese bass stuff felt a bit wide and a bit like crazy processing, but that's just how it is because of what the samples were. So I don't think there's a lot you could do there really. Yeah, maybe a bit more low end on it somehow, but once the song gets going, there's this continuous low end sort of organ thing that keeps that rolling decent. I felt like the intro didn't feel to me like I was positively surprised when it dropped and the stuff came in, and when the filtered drums appeared, it sounded a bit weird until there was some context given by that. So if we just listen again, it's all just a bit weird. They're really, apart from, I don't know, Grimy by Dillinger, I can't really think of any drum and bass tunes I know where it begins with isolated mad bass sounds and no timekeeping hi-hats or anything. So the vibe of the track and how it sounds in general, you can't really change much, and that dictates whether you would be able to release it or sign it and stuff. And sometimes I feel like you can make lots of changes to things, but it's not going to change the overall vibe of it, which would dictate if somebody's going to sign it. So I don't know, but if I was trying to find something to suggest to improve this or give it a better chance in life, I'd take a look at the intro and at least add a hi-hat or something as just so that you've got something to mix to. Obviously now we're all digital, it's not as important it was back in the day when you're mixing off vinyl. But this obviously, Bring the Beat Max stuff is a bit more mad and crazy, and I get that, and it's fine, and you don't have to stick to the rules when you're going about things that way anyway. But the arrangement and how the intro is basically just a collection of mad Reeses and things, is not the done thing, and it would sound weird if you were playing this in a DJ set, like mixing that in on top of something else. There's a reason most drum and bass intros adhere to some sort of rules, which is either beatless with some chords and stuff, or just like a kind of drums. Like, you're keeping it simple in a way that you can slowly mix the song in, and then you either switch completely or switch into the breakdown and let the song do its build up or whatever. And that's the main issue I have with this one, is just the arrangement and how the intro is with all the mad basses when the drums haven't come in yet. Like, you could do that if you'd had an intro where there was some drums and then you went to a breakdown and then you introduced mad Reeses and then you got Reeses and drums and everything. Sort of that's how it's done if you're doing it like that, kind of. So that's that one. Very good job though. Big up. Thank you very much. Bring the Beat Mac. Next one, same guy. Bring the Beat Mac. This one's called This Is My Life. So let's see. There we go. He started with drums this time. Good. Oops. Always good mix downs, old Bring the Beat Mac. Good crisp-ish drums. Again, it's the very sort of wide synthetic Reese spaces there. I like that.
This is my life. This is my life. My life. I live it how I like. This is my life.
I like the pitching on the vocal there.
This is my life. I live it how I like. This is my life.
Really good drum editing. Wow. Some really, really good drum editing there. Really like that. So, love the drum editing, love the edits. There's some cool sounds in there. I think that for me, on a personal level, the basses and the Reeses just sound sort of too weird and synthetic and like very wide compared to the rest of it, and sort of don't gel in as well. Like, it sounds fine, like I'm just nitpicking, but also I think the drums are a bit too quiet in comparison to the crazy bass stuff. Everything musically fits together really well though. Vocal comes in at a good choice of vocal, fits the aesthetic. I really love those snare edits, they're bonkers. Rollmop says, do I think I'll get through them all today? Possibly. I'll do my best. I go quite a long time on these Thursdays, sometimes like over 5 hours. I'll do my best. If I don't get to it today, I'll get to it next week. What's up, Scandal? Nice breakdown. I like those chords. Everything fits. Thanks for the follow, Malu. Bonjour. JP3, thanks for the follow as well. Exclamation mark demos gives you information on how you submit your stuff, Malu.
This is my life. This is my life. I live it how I like. This is my life. This is my life. I live it how I like. This is my life.
I love that. Sounds like the one out of Frankie Goes to Hollywood or something. think sort of my key thoughts on this: great, amazing edits, really complicated, well put together. Everything is in the right key, and the vocals happen at the right time. No individual sounds annoy me too much, apart from though all the Reese things. Like, there's lots of bass sounds going on, but they're all Reeses, and there's not enough low end in them. So I think I'd say turn up the low end on the Reeses, or add some low end somewhere somehow. The drums need to be louder in comparison to everything else. The drums also sound a little bit dull, like they could do a little bit more on the tops to my ears. And in general, the Reeses just sound a bit too synthetic for me. They're not Reeses. I would always prefer to be more like warmly distorted. If there's a, like, you know, it's difficult to do. I find that it's difficult to do that. But I think they sort of take the attention a bit. I love all the drum edits and stuff. They're really, really, really cool. So yeah, those are my main thoughts. Like, if you were just going to tweak the mix down stuff, turn the drums up a bit more compared to everything else. So turn everything else down a bit, or turn the drums up a bit, and give the drums a bit more tops, and see if you can sort of warm up the Reese bass stuff a bit more, overdrivey something, so it's a bit less like spiky, and also try and give the bass more low end on. I don't know if you're just lacking low end on the mix at the, you know, end mastering stage, in which case you can just turn it all up, or at least just on the bass or something, or if it's those particular Reese sounds don't have loads of low end, in which case just make sure you've rolled it all off and then add in some pure sub underneath. That's kind of how I usually do it. If I have Reese sounds, I'll roll off the bass that's part of the actual Reese, and then I'll have a separate track that is usually just a pure sub, or a sort of just the low end of a Reese or something, and then I can independently control the volume of that in the project. So if I just want the low end to go up, I can do that, rather than like EQing it, where there may not be a sort of reliably solid amount of low end information in your Reese, if you get me. He says I can do that with Rift, can just reduce the track spacer on the Reeses. Yeah, that might help as well. I think they stand out a little bit, and they still sound a little bit digital for me. They still sound cool, but it's sort of, I don't know, I'm trying to work out what it is in there that I feel like could be improved. But sounds very good, very complete. Really, really like it. I love all the edits. Really cool. I like the vibe in general with your stuff. It's like enthusiastic, high energy, good fun, sort of jungle drum and bass chopping and everything. You've got the vocals have always got like an old school-ish jungle kind of vibe, but it's being done in a modern way. So yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you did miss the other track. I think my main comments for the other track were it was intro related. Similar with the bass. The bass sounded to me a bit like harsh and digital rather than a bit warmer kind of distortion. And probably similar level like with the mix in terms of tops on the drums and low end on the subs. But my main issue with the other one, or the main suggestion to look at, is the intro. I thought your arrangement and having an intro that was kind of beatless and a bit weird, and then with all the mad Reeses sort of coming in, isn't really how people normally do it. So I would look at having an intro was a bit different and kind of led you into how it was going to drop, and at the very least like have a sort of regular hi-hat or something, so you've got a beat to like for your head to work around. I loved all the little vocal snippets and things you did. There were lots of cool sounds in the intro, but I just feel like if you want people to play it in a DJ set, even after they've got over the initial idea of it's a pretty crazy track anyway that would be difficult to mix in, the intro, because it was basically some atmospheric vocals and things and lots of mad Reeses but without drums, that sounds weird when you're mixing it as a DJ, you know what I mean? You want a track to just be the instrumentals or the vocals and things before the drums and the bass kick. So yeah, so in the intro I'd say try and just change your intro to maybe not have those re-spaces in, and more like kind of drums to lead you into where it drops. just like changing the arrangement, changing what elements you've got in there. I think that would be my recommendation. But it's only my idea, you know what I mean? Like, it sounded great, it sounded cool, and because it's a bit of a mad track, like, why the fuck not start it the way you did? Like, it's fine. I also really like the way you use the vocal samples, the speech ones in both of them, with sort of changing the pitches a bit and stuff. It's really cool. So big up to Bring the Beat Mac, make some noise. It's a good 2 tunes to start the show off. Thank you very much. Aha, we're on to RCA Trash. RCA Trash is one of our friends here on Twitch. If you don't already follow him, please give RCA Trash a follow. Click on his name there in chat. He does lots of DJing, good drum and bass stuff, interesting visuals and things as well. So, and wait, are you from Brazil or Portugal or somewhere more glamorous than the UK, that's for sure. So here we go. Demo version mix of Let Go by RCA. From Brazil. He's from Brazil. Okay. So where are these vocals from? That's my first question. Oh, they're Flo Anastasia. Cool. Hey. Brr. Turning up on my headphones a bit here. Lovely vocals. Bit more volume on the tune, yeah. Turned it up. Yep. Sometimes, you know, unless all the tunes have been mastered to the same standard, some are going to sound quieter than the others, so it's good I can turn them up here, it's fine. I think it sounds great. I love the vocals. I like the groove. It's good. When I'm listening to these, I'm always listening for the thing I don't like. Well, not really the things I don't like, but things that I think are a bit wrong or need fixing or whatever. The only overriding things that are jumping out to me really is the relative volumes of certain things. Certain things sound a bit too quiet for me, like the bang bang. That should be a bit louder, and the EQ should have more tops to like match the other elements. Like there's a few different bass sounds and things, and some of them are quieter than other ones and are a bit duller than other ones. So it's important to try to have them match so that they fit together as a whole if they're occupying the same lane, if you know what I mean. The same with some of the breaks, like when it goes to an edit. I know like different breaks obviously have different EQs, so because they're recorded in different situations on different records and all of that, but you can correct that by EQing each break to sort of match so that they've all got similar amount of tops and bass and just overall volume. So the key things that I'm just noticing here on the first listen is to do with relative volume levels of a few of the different bass elements. There's also that boom, 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 low distorted one. I reckon that could be a bit louder. So that's stuff that's coming to me. Nice stereo on the vocals there. I'm not too sure about this drum pattern you've got here. I know it's stylistic and sort of a bit of the Brazilian clapping and things. It just sounds like there's not enough snap to a lot of it. Like it's been a bit squished and you've lost transients on things. Like stuff isn't like present enough to... everything sounds a bit distant, kind of. It's a funny thing to do with the mixing, like... I really like this groove. Once you get the groove, really nice. I'd make more of that. I'd have that a bit louder. Yeah, nice. Let's listen to the intro again. I think those percussion and things, the clappy stuff, sounds a bit dull, like it needs more tops adding to it, if you are going to go with that pattern. Also, you've got a very wide tremolo on one of those, like a pad or some kind of sample of atmospherics. It's a bit too much, like it literally is just going left to right, and when there's nothing constant. I'm going to sneeze. So, I don't know if that's a good idea, really. The sort of... that... I don't think that's a good idea, the strange stereo panning. And also, you don't have a root chord progression or anything going on here. The only other tonal part musically, apart from the vocal, is that I guess it's just a sample of some sort of funny high strings and it's panning left and right. You don't have a piano or a chord or even a single sustained high note. I think that would be a good way to maybe tie things together there a little bit. Good to hear the rises. You know, I like my rises. Really nice beat, really nice drop. Yeah, cool. So I hope you caught my general thoughts there. That's really cool, really nice. Love the vocals, love the song, and it's really nice that they're original vocals sung especially for you for the song. And we really like Flo Anastasia as well. She streams on Twitch as well a bit, I think, doesn't she? Yeah, and just general mixing and mastering. I know it's just a demo version, but obviously you could boost the loudness a lot. I think it a bit more high end on the mix, just EQ, tops, and low end really, and just make sure that all your separate bass elements kind of match up and sit together a bit better than they do. I think that would change things. I'm not a huge fan of the drum pattern that you have in the breakdown and the intro compared to the more traditional one, but it's interesting and different. There's other people that do that sort of style. Maybe think of sort of Lynx a bit, the sort of 4/4-y kind of vibe, and that's good and it's different. So yeah, fucking go for it. So yeah, big up the RCA Trash. Nice tune. Give me a brrr. Oh, and we had a sub then as well. Bob the Human, thank you for the Prime. Greetings. Bass Brr says, show. Bob the Human, thank you very much for the Prime. And big up to the Brazilian crew in the place. Thank you, RCA Trash. I think that's the first tune you've sent us, isn't it? Good work, man. Good work. Really, really, really like that. Really lovely vocals. I think a few little tweaks to that and you'll be on to a winner. So good luck. Right, so this here is Minutes After Rain, who have just sent me a YouTube video of their song. So this is a big no-no, but I'll just give it a quick look. I don't think this is... Yeah, it's not drum and bass. It's not a SoundCloud link. It's not drum and bass. Sounds good, but you didn't read the thingy, really. Good luck, though. Big up Minutes After Rain. We need SoundCloud links, stuff that's not commercially released. If it's got a YouTube music video, it's kind of not really a demo anymore, so nope. Right, here we go. Next one, Missology. Astral Kid. So, this one sounds like it's coming from Czech Republic. Says, ahoy, Česka. I am mainly half-speed drum and bass, influenced by autonomic era, but working on drum and bass tunes as well. Send you the nearest feature. Thank you for listening. Headphones Home Master. Okay, cool. I'll turn it down a little bit so you can hear my monotonous voice over the top. Sounds nice. It's so this is like half-time drum and bass influenced by the kind of autonomic sound. By Missology, coming from Czech Republic. I'll do a quick stretch. Do a stretch. I need to get up and do a wiggle every now and then. Keep the blood pressure rolling. Very bassy bass, isn't it? Thank you once again, Bob the Human, for the Prime. Much appreciated. So it's basically like 2 chords. Nice vocal there. Bit of an acid line coming in. Yeah, this is more like 140 rather than like halftime, isn't it? I think the bass is a little bit too bassy. The snare is a bit too distant. Other than that, sounds perfectly presentable to me. I don't really listen to this kind of stuff, so I haven't really got a good frame of reference to, or, you know, any authority to really comment on it, other than sounds nice to me. But I don't really listen to enough kind of 140 or halftime stuff to really know how it stands up against the rest. But that was really good. Thanks for sending it. Missology, that was called Astral Kid. Big up. You can have a horse for that. Whee! Wild. Okay, so this is Tom Crane. Okay, buddy. Let's see what we got here. This is drum and bass speed. Yeah. Some nice sounds here. Oh, okay. Oh, that's alright. Hello, Digital. Ah, Bill Gates is here as well. Remember your tunes from last week. Sounds to me like a lot of these are sort of sample pack bits and bobs, but they all fit together nicely. The piano sounds kind of a bit out of place and presetty though, really. Nice little loop though. Nice chords. Don't really. That's, you know, it sounds like a work in progress and more of a sort of beginner kind of vibe. Hopefully, I'm calling it right here. Nice sounds. They all fit together okay. Good little groove. Can tell you sort of, you know, what you're doing, what you like. I think the piano sticks out a bit. Like it's kind of a bit out of place compared to the rest of it. Some of it sounded a little bit dry, so maybe a bit of tasteful reverb on some of the elements. Drums are okay, like, you know, nice, cool. You know, that sounds to me like more of a sort of a skeleton idea than a finished tune or anything. But good parts. Keep it up. Keep them coming. So thank you, Tom Crane, for that one. Give you a round of applause. We've got Pill Gates in the chat. I love that name. I remember you from last week. And he wasn't able to be here when I was streaming live, but has watched the stream back since on YouTube and says, thanks for the feedback, John. I had a chance to hear it today, finally. I sent the wrong mix of Human, and neither are finished, but we're just becoming a bit stagnant, so I wanted some feedback before revisiting the projects. Both are very dry and agree very much on the chaotic arrangement. I'm sure you can appreciate being a DJ yourself, that's easy to get carried away. Yes, absolutely. I know exactly how it is. Sorry, I spelt my name wrong. That's fine. It's fine. You wouldn't be the first and you won't be the last. Your brother-in-law is Polish and is spelt John, so I'm guessing autocorrect. Let's see. The one that I don't like is when people spell it J-H-O-N, because that's just wrong. No one ever spells their name J-H-O-N. It's like, I mean, I guess maybe that's a dyslexic thing. Like, I've never complained at anyone about that. Like, it's just whatever. But whenever I see that, I'm like, what? When has anybody ever been called Jahan? Even though I think you're like, hey, Jahan, how's it going, Jahan? I'm fine. How are you? Amazing is in the place. How you doing, mate? You've missed some good tunes. But we haven't been going too long, so you haven't missed that many. And of course, the recording will be up on YouTube afterwards, so if you've missed it, it's all right. J.H. Jahan B. So, right, we've got a new one here from Andre Rodriguez. Me going on about Jahan, and I'm mispronouncing someone's name here. Andre Rodriguez. I hope my brain's all right here. I've been sort of slurring, messing up my words a bit occasionally. I haven't got to your tune yet. Amazing. No, you're good. You're good. We're on Displaced, featuring Shiro. So here we go. What we got here? We've only had one song so far that was someone who didn't read the instructions and sent us a YouTube video of a finished song that was sort of trancey something. Well, I love trance, but like it was, I don't know, it was just not drum and bass basically, and it was a finished video. So best way to mispronounce John is Sean, says Sean. Sounded good. Bit toppy on the drums. Okay, noted. Amazing. If I get to yours before an hour, I'll wait until you come back and say you're back. Really nice pianos on this. Yep, all good, amazing. Just let me know when you're back and I'll wait. If we get to yours before you've come to say you're back, I'll wait. Really nice vocals. Vocals are a bit wet. There's like a lot of reverb on those vocals. My first thoughts on this are the lows on the subs need to be up, like it's missing some proper lows, and the drums, kind of the drums sound very like toppy, like there's there's not enough low end. Like the kick doesn't. There's no bass information in there that I'm noticing. There's like sort of this gap. The drums are all up here, like, and there's this woo, and the vocals are really, really reverby, and there's a bit too much low end cut off of them, maybe. Really nice drum edits, lovely vocals, and I really like the choice of bass. Love the piano, love those reverse pianos, they're wicked. Oh yeah, the kick is there. Just sort of the combination of the shakers and the snare. They're toppy, but there isn't a sparkle on them. Like, they need more like tops, but a bit less of the harsh mid-tops. To my ear. I keep saying this, to my ears. Like, if you're asking me, that's what I think. All the sounds are great. Like, love the musically arrangement, spot on. Nice chords, no sort of weird stereo. Everything's sort of as it should be. Pianos are tasty. I like those funny little sort of stereo Foley things there. That's cool. Really cool. Created riser there from the chords. Not sure about that random shaker there. That sounds like a rattlesnake. Who let the rattlesnake in the tune? Ah! Ah! The horse is going crazy. So, I'm not a fan of the rattlesnake in the breakdown there. Like, you do need something like that, but it sounded a little bit out of place to me, personally. I like those sounds just come in. That's a nice addition post second drop. I like that on the fill there. Really, that reverse though, I think that's lovely. Really nice touch. Very tasteful. Modal likes all the reverb. You would. I like that part of the reverb there. There's a sort of extra effecty tail. Those effects are wicked. They're really cool. That was a funny edit there. There was some funny like thing there that stuck out as a bit funny to me. Just nitpicking, but that's what my job is, isn't it? Yeah, remind what the intro's like. Interesting that the sub is right there, right at the very beginning. I would wait a bit till he brought the sub in. So, okay, quick comments off the top of my head. Intro, don't have the sub in right from the very start. Maybe bring it in, if you want to bring it in before the drums come in, do it, but not right from the very beginning. What I've said about the drums, they need a bit more sparkle, like highs, but generally they sound a bit harsh, toppy in places. And did I feel like the sub needed to go up a bit? That's all right. I think that the vocals felt a bit too wet for the most part. However, I love the effects at the end of sections where there's some sort of reverby extra bit comes in, but that could be a personal taste thing. Like, the aesthetic is a nice dreamy floaty one, so yeah, but and the only other thing that is sort of it's not a deal breaker, but was these high the hat thingies there. I'm not a huge fan of them. Like, they're fine in among with a break when it's happening, but it sounds a bit out of place for me in that breakdown there. But yeah, really, really nice tune. That's wicked. Love the vocal. I must like. That's I wouldn't be surprised if I'd got sent that as a promo for a released song. Like, it's perfectly releasable as it is. Sounds great, like, good work, but I'm assuming everything that people send me here, they'd like me to sort of nitpick it a bit and give some feedback and my thoughts on maybe how to improve it. But so yeah, I'm not sitting here like picking holes in things that are perfectly nice like that. So I'm just trying to find things that I think you could do that might make it a bit better. But like I'm doing that to my tunes all the time. It doesn't necessarily make them better. Sometimes I make things worse by continuing to make changes. Sodi says this is nice. Booze said those techno stabs are cool. Yeah, I really like them too. Digital said I totally like it. The bass tickles my brain just right. Tickles your Brian just right. Siki HS says this is not bad at all. Sodi asks, are the dry vocals sidechain to verb? Assuming so, but if not, that will help with them cutting through. Yeah, that's a good trick. I still haven't done that in a song yet, and it's a technique that I spotted recently where you sidechain the vocals with reverb against themselves so that when the vocal is occurring, it cuts out all of the reverb, but when the vocal stops doing its thing, the reverb opens up, so it kind of doesn't mush up the vocals when you're actually singing and stuff, but as soon as you like close your mouth, the reverb sort of kicks in. So that might help with the sort of overall feeling of the vocals being a bit too wet, because the vocals are lovely and they sound a little bit too distant. Sometimes beautiful vocals like that sound incredibly good really, really dry and up close. So you might have already tried that and decided against it, I don't know, but might be worth a little look, or some sections doing that. Don't know. It's one of those things where I just want to finish this tune and get on to the next one. God damn it. Stop trying things. But that was really good. Really like that. So that was Andre Rodriguez, Displaced, featuring Shiro. Shiro would be the vocalist, and it was called Hypnic Jerks. I don't actually remember what any of the vocals said, but I don't remember her saying anything about Hypnic Jerks. But you never know. So, we are on the demos today. We're listening to your demos. Boo! Demos. Oh, that's cool. Displaced is in the chat. Lovely. So that's Displaced, who made that last track. Says, thanks so much for all the feedback. Super valuable. Yeah, the hats were made from white noise. We'll look into the mix again. Nice, cool. Yeah, so that's those are the only things that I thought. I think if you were to make one change to it, I would just look at like the EQing on the drums, the hats and the snare, and sort of give them a bit more air, like crisp highs, and then maybe sort of try to dial in the other tops a bit. Maybe have a bash with like Soothe, the plugin Soothe. Sometimes that removes harshness, except it didn't sound harsh. There was just something about the EQing. I thought you could have a little fiddle with that. But it's the sort of thing that comes down to the kind of monitors or headphones that you're monitoring on. Like it probably sounds different to me than it does to you on your setting. But I'm used to listening to a lot of different music on these headphones now, especially since doing so much streaming in here, and I have calibration stuff that goes. So I hear pretty good like flat frequency response on my headphones. So I feel like I have like there's a baseline constant that I think I can tell what's going on now on mixes on these, which is cool. I needn't have spent flipping thousands of pounds on my big speakers because I never use them. Displaced says, I have an old profile as you stopped making music for long years and you're coming back now and you lost access to that SoundCloud, not being able to log into. Oh, that's shit. Oh, that's a shame. Well, if you make a new one, please let us know and post it on the Discord and everything, and everyone can share their profiles and things and follow everyone back and all the rest of it. Fresh air all day. I love a bit of fresh air. I got that today actually. I'd written it down because some of you guys had recommended a plugin to me called Fresh Air by Slate Digital. and I googled it before the stream today and went on their website, and it's free at the moment. I don't know if it was always free or what, but it was free, so I downloaded it and I haven't tried it yet, but I think it was Thistle that recommended it to me, or Conclave, or several of you, and that's supposed to be good for just adding some nice. It's probably very good for vocals, I guess. So I'm looking forward to giving that a try. Subclass says, picked up the Fresh Air plugin a couple of days ago and used it on the tune you have in the queue for today's session. Ah, good. Okay, cool. It's been free for ages, says Fiery Biscuits. All right, cool. Yeah, I could tell it's one of those things that they put up there to harvest your emails, isn't it? Modal says, Fresh Air makes all sorts of weird artifacts. I get told off by a mastering engineer for using it. Oh, okay. Windows Air 2 is nicer for you compared to Fresh Air. That's interesting to know, because Gabriel in with the 24 months. That's
Thank you very much.
thank you, Gabriel Alcantar, for the 24-month sub. That's huge. That's 2 years. Thank you very much, mate. Really, really appreciate that. Thank you. Modal in the chat is advising against using the Fresh Air plugin. He says it makes all sorts of weird artifacts, and he's got told off by mastering engineers for using it. And Modal knows about this stuff because he does a lot of music for film and TV and adverts and things where they have very sort of strict approach to mix type stuff. So and like his own music is very, very crisp and clear, and yes, I will take that on board. Maybe I just won't. I'll uninstall it before I even start using it then. There was another one that somebody recommended here. Cush Audio Clariphonic is good for top-end sparkle. Okay. I mean, what do these things do? Is it just an EQ that just is a bit of excitation and a bit of high-end things? I'm always a bit skeptical when things just say it adds a silky EQ. Like, EQ's EQ, it's just flipping boosting frequencies, right? Like, so I don't know. I'm inclined to just sort of do it. I need to work out the difference between sort of how exciters work versus not, EQs and things. I never use exciters, really. I've always just been of a mind that I'll try and pick the right sounds for what I need and try to get them, if I have to sculpt them to get them sounding a bit different, it's mainly a little touch of EQ or compression or limiting or something, and kind of leave it at like that. I when I have to add things like low air and strange sort of psychoacoustic techniques, it freaks me out a bit, and I'm a bit wary of it, really. Like, unless I know exactly how it's doing what it's doing, I like funny weird stereo spinning around to give weird stereo effects and all that. I'm like, dunno. Fiery Biscuit says, problem with a lot of these things is that you should be using them in parallel and blending in. A lot of people just slap them on in a crude fashion. Right, yeah, so you just run it on a separate channel alongside and sort of bring the level up. Like how you use a dirt bus or something. You'll send all your bass to a like mega distortion and things, and then just blend in so you can just hear like a touch of it and hear a touch of those harmonics and things, but you're not just whacking distortion on the whole lot and 100% wetness, right? A dry wet knob is not the same as parallel, says Fiery Biscuits. Right. Yes or no, says Conclave. Oh no, here we go. Quick, we're gonna move on to the next tune. It's demos time. Demos. Right, I'm gonna sneeze. Oh god, the yawns have got replaced by sneezes. I'm gonna yawn and sneeze. That's a bit weird. I might explode. Okay, it stopped. Okay, so here we go. We've got Kuma DNB 74 version 2. Show me what you got.
Show me what you got.
Preference debate banhammer dropped. Show me what you got. Ooh, fucking hell. Loz, yeah, thank you for the follow. This is a nice groove. Oh, ooh. This is cool. Was there any note? It was just dropped it in. Marched out the door. I guess it's sort of a working. It's only a minute long here. Hello, Loz. Yeah. Yeah. Listen to that again because it's only a minute long. Nice bit of piano. I like that high sustained string. I'd like to know more behind this. Once it drops, everything's a lot louder. I mean, you can just see from the waveform here. Once it drops, everything's very loud. The first kick that comes in before is a bit like boom. I love that. There's some really cool little touches in there. Really good fun groove. I really like that synth there. That's cool. Yeah, I'd love to hear that when it's finished, when it's a full-length thing. Yeah, I mean, when it's just a short demo like that, I don't know what to say. The intro is a bit quiet compared to the drop. When the first kick came in before it dropped, it took me a bit by surprise. But yeah, lovely sort of that kind of clean, dry, sort of camo and crooked loving kind of sound. Nailed it. Good work. Curious to know the background and history of the artist and things. Like if I look at Kuma here, oh, he's done a remix of I'm Manu. Like, I don't know if that's legit or like it's for a competition or something, but we'll listen to it another time. Lozier in the chat is asking, is it only just drum and bass? Yes, it is, really. I'm a drum and bass producer and DJ. I do other stuff as well, but drum and bass is my thing. So seeing as what a lot of this is about is me trying to give helpful feedback for people's demos, to try and improve them. If it was music that wasn't drum and bass, like, I don't know, I'm not particularly qualified to I can't give like as helpful advice if it's not drum and bass, because I wouldn't know what I'm talking about. You could argue I don't know what I'm talking about anyway, of course, but at least I have more experience in drum and bass than other stuff. So if you stick to drum and bass in the demo submissions, that would be great. Oh yeah, and obviously unreleased. When we say demos, we mean unreleased demos. I don't mean like send me your tune that's like 10 years old, or send me your song that's out and released, or don't send me like a bootleg of something copyrighty that's just going to get me in trouble on Twitch and all that. So that would be lovely. Green screens and snares, yes. So this is Southbound F. It says jungle, electronic, DNB, jazz step, liquid funk. 5 years ago. That's always an alarm bell. So when something's this old, I'm not going to give it mad detailed feedback, because it's kind of I don't know. You wouldn't necessarily go back on a song that's five years old. So we'll see. Nice chords so far, though. I like it. Where do you see yourself in 5 years? Melting more graphics cards. All the graphics cards. I like the chords and stuff. It's sort of it's sort of got the atmospheric drum and bass vibe. I can see that's what they're going for here. I mean, this is 5 years old, so I'm not going to go into super depth here because I don't think they may not even have access to the project anymore. Sounds nice. The snare disappears in the mix a bit too much. The synth sounds a bit too preset-y, a bit repetitive. I'd try and change that up. More reverb on the main synth. I like those chords. They give it a real nice atmospheric vibe. Bass sounds a bit too preset-y and synthetic. Could be warmer, more low end, bit too much reverb on everything. Overall vibe and sort of atmospheric musicality is nice, and I get it, and it's cool. So thank you very much for sending that in, but it's 5 years old, so I don't imagine you're going to work on it anymore or anything, but it's nice to hear. I like the vibe, but there's a few things that you would need to change on there, like basic sort of drums were too far back in the mix, so they need to be louder, either with side chaining and stuff. Even though there's lots going on, I thought the synths were a bit too dry, so they would need more reverb, and also the main synth was a bit of a noodly line and a bit too loud and a bit too dry. Those are the main things. Like, they're so sort of large, it's sort of they dominate. So I dial them in first, and then if you do actually work on that again if you want to. But thank you very much. That was Southbound F. We've got another one here from Southbound F that's more recent. This is 9 months, so okay, this should be better. So let's check this out. What's the chat saying? Booze is going to try and hang back and listen while doing some stuff in the house. Okay, cool. Have a good one. Fire Biscuit says, that's cool. All we had were tape recordings, which then became mini disc recordings, which then became lost. Hello, Thistle. How late are you? Stream's been going 1 hour 35, but you know, you take away 10 minutes loading in at the beginning, or like 11 minutes. I think I was slightly late. You've missed a few. Maybe this is about the 8th one or something. But you're here now, which is important. So. It's all good. So, another one here from Southbound F.
We will humble ourselves as little children and reach out to protect our little children, for they are the future for us, for our church, and for our nations. In the name of Jesus Christ, amen.
Paul Adams was a U.S. Border Patrol employee.
Oh gosh, it's got a...
his daughter.
Oh god.
What's called a
Pause.
I've skipped through that because there was a load of like political, disturbing news conferencey stuff, and I've just noticed there's text here with "quit Mormon" and stuff. So we'll try to just listen to the music as it is. I prefer this over the other one. Nice drum edits.
Wherefore I command you again to repent, lest I humble you with my almighty power, and that you
Things you ask are not resolved at church headquarters. They're love and
Oh god, organs.
apply. And I have a
Quite serious, this. I don't know. I'm a bit like, it's a bit too overtly sort of political or whatever's going on, especially with the links in the description. So I don't know. Like the drum and bass side of it sounds all right. Like it's kind of a bit of an older style. The drums are a bit weak. The structure's a bit strange. The content's a bit too strange. I mean, I don't know where you would expect to play that in a nice, happy club environment and have people continue to enjoy themselves sort of when confronted with like religious speech stuff. So I don't know, like interesting piece of music for sure, but not really like the kind of thing. The context and the monologues and everything are not appropriate for us here. And but you know, good luck with your stuff. Thanks for sending it in. Good to hear. I'm glad it's drum and bass, but not really my kind of vibe. And yes, so Sean Nice, here we go, says, I made this one last year. I like the vibe, but I'm not happy with it. The sample of the original break I sliced for this is not the best quality. I might completely redo it. I'm sure I'll be fine. Let's check it out. Always like Sean's stuff. See what we got today. Sean usually has a really cool like retro vibe, good breaks and choppings and stuff. Nice bit of suspense. That's a nice intro. A bit of suspense. The sound's morphing a little bit. I'm like, ooh, what's happening? Yeah. Nice descending pitch. Drums are slowly developing, that's cool. Oh, I like that pitched bit there. That was cool. Hello, Fanwani, sorry. Did I say hello to you, Feel the Power? Oh, that's nice. I like the change in the high string thing. And the bass there. Very mature. I just have to go and check on something in the house. Give me a sec. Sorry, I'll be right back. Did you start the music playing in the bathroom, or just did it by itself? Okay. Alexa, stop music in bathroom. I'm back. Sorry, I'd noticed the music started playing in the bathroom and I was wondering if Magda doesn't normally turn it on, so I just wanted to check she was sort of alright or if it had happened by accident, because it also means my Spotify here won't work. Phil says reminds him of Photech a bit. Sorry to have quit there, I wanted to give you my full attention. As always, the arrangement's always spot on. Yeah, a bit of a... We need a short, nice appreciation moment, definitely. Very, like, mature and restrained and just nice vibe. Definitely got, like, 90s vibes. Back to work, Astalok. Yeah, what are you doing? You've got domestic things to do. Oh, you're getting a yawn. First yawn of the stream. That's a sign of approval. Yeah, that one sounds great, really. I don't know, not a lot to add to it. Sort of the aesthetic it's targeting, it nails perfectly well. It's, you know, 90s Photex, like slower drum and bass, sort of early heads, reinforced kind of sound. I haven't got any major suggestions for how to improve it, really. Like drums, maybe cut the verb back on some of the drums, maybe reinforce the kick and the snare a bit to give them a bit more chunk. But it doesn't need it because, like, the vibe it's from, no one did that kind of stuff then. Like the you're not competing against, you're not going to be playing this next to some overproduced super mega loud wall of sound neuro, so it doesn't have to play by the same rules. But really nice vibe, that really refined and grown up and restrained, and just good work, mate, good work. Thank you very much. That was Sean Nice Trooper. Give you a... Ding ding. Time for me to stand up. Hold on, let's do stand up. And I've got to say, Phil the Power, thank you very much for the 4 months. We just had a sub come in. Thank you, Phil. I'm just going to do a stretch. Oh God. Ooh, what's going on with my fucking stomach there? That ain't good. Ouch. Oh, fuck me. Ow. Oh God, am I dying? That's a weird pain. So, we're on the demos session. Hit the demo stinger. Ooh, that was a weird sort of... Yeah, we're all dying a bit inside. So, we've got a new one here. Fanwan Waves. Some nice AI looking artwork there. It's a live stream, not a dead stream, yeah. Aha, and you're here as well. Hello, Fanwani. Sounding good so far. Atmospheric, nice chords, nice stereo. What are we getting when it drops? Are we getting a nice... I'm imagining this is going to be like nice restrained liquid roller. There we go, I wasn't far wrong. All the elements sound nice, but you've got issues on the mix. The bass is a bit too loud and sort of squishing everything, and the drums aren't cutting through enough. They're too quiet in the mix, especially like the snares. They're getting swallowed up by the big loud bass. That's an easy fix. It's just correcting the levels, doing a bit of side chaining on them. That was a bit of a weird drop out to the breakdown. It's all right though. Nice shakers. We'll have a good shaker here. Was there an extra bar in there? If there was, that's a big no-no. Make sure you stick to, 16 bar, 8 bar chunks. It sounded like there was maybe an extra bar before it dropped. I might be wrong, but if it was, you don't want to do that because it makes it difficult when you're DJing. Nice little edit there, that's cool. Alright, subclass, I'll see you back in a little bit. I'll try and remember that. Let me know when you're back, subclass. And if we get to yours before you're back, I'll try and remember to stop. Fanway says it wasn't an extra bar, but it does sound weird. Oh, well, as long as it wasn't an extra bar, like that's all right. It doesn't, if it sounds weird, then you can change that. But yeah, I like that. It's all good sounds, nice vibe. Everything's in key and all the rest of it. Main comments is just a simple mix down one that I think would have a huge effect. Relatively easy change just on the mastering. I'm guessing your speakers probably don't have very good bass representation, so you're probably turning up the bass in your song to compensate for either your headphones or speakers or whatever, which is why it's good to do A/B tests. Like when you finished your song, play it and then play a song that sounds good in the clubs and everything to sort of check it, or just play your song on other speakers and things as well. But the main ones I would look at is on the mastering side of things, the bass, the low bass is too loud and domineering over everything else. So I'd turn the bass down a bit. I don't know, 2-3 dBs, maybe a bit more. And the drums are getting squished. I'm presuming you've probably got a bit of a limiter or something going on at the end, and when the bass is in, it's just squishing the drums. But the drums are a bit too quiet anyway, so you want the snare and the tops and everything to just cut through a bit more, to be louder. So if you do one thing, I'd turn the bass down a bit and turn the drums up a bit. If you want to do a bit more, I'd try to put all of your stuff that you think would compete with the snare on a bus, and then use something like a track spacer or a compressor and sidechain all the other stuff off the snare, so when the snare kicks in, it ducks the other stuff just temporarily. Real fast attack, real fast release, just to get them through a little bit more. And also do that with the bass, sidechain your kick drum with the bass, so that when the bass drum kicks in, you can actually hear it and it gets a bit of dynamics and a bit of boomph in there, rather than it just being swallowed up by the big boomy bass. Like, all the sounds are great and they fit together nicely. I think this one it's a very good example of something that's a cool tune. It'll be fine if you just sort of retweak the levels and everything, and then it would sound hugely more presentable just from sort of a few little mix down tweaks, really. You've got yourself a sidechained ghost kick, but not a snare. Okay, cool. So maybe, yeah, so with the kick then, I think just turning the bass down a bit might help. You might want to increase the sidechaining, but that won't affect the overall vibe of like the bass being too loud. The snare, the sidechaining the snare sometimes can help. Sometimes it makes things sound a bit weird though. If I'm sidechaining the snare off things, you've got to it depends on the track you're doing and the style. I usually just go for a very, very short attack and really short release so that you can hardly notice it, but it's just a little extra to help the drums cut through a bit more. But I definitely think your drums just need to be louder in the mix and the bass needs to be lower, so that's cool. Everybody's SoundClouds, I can see Scandal in the chat, who's an MC who there was a track last week with his vocals on that was really cool that we liked. Scandal's asking for people's SoundClouds. If you find our Discord, if you type !Discord in the chat, Scandal, it gives you a link to the server where everyone's putting their tunes in. And then you can just see all of these. There's links to everybody's tracks they've submitted, so you can find everyone's SoundClouds and all that kind of stuff. So means you guys can network a bit, and if you end up working together, that'd be great. Siki HS says maybe some vocals would be nice on this. Yes, I agree. I think some vocals, some singing would be cool. Even if it's just like a little snippet or something, a little bit of something would elevate it a lot, because it's a nice groove and the chords are really cool. So I like that one. We've got another track here from Fan Wan. This one's called Soft Spoken. I like those reverby arpeggio plinky plonkies, they're good. They're really nice, aren't they? Thistle says those crystally arps are lovely. And the reversey bit is a lovely touch there. Oh, that's nice. That's my kind of chord progression as well. I really like that. That's very nice. Sort of positive, uplifting switch. Oh no, Gav's got... We can hold off on yours as well, Gav, if you like. Let us know when you're back from your meeting. Those high vocals are really nice. Oh, yes. Same vibe here. The bass is a little bit too loud in this one, not as much as the last one. I think you're suffering with the same thing with the snare as well. It's lost its attack. The snare sounds a bit too distant, and I'd probably remove the reverb from the snare, like get it cutting through more, get the snare louder, the sort of clap snare. Some nice pumping side chaining though you've got there on the chords and stuff. That's good. I think when it dropped it was a little bit too bare. It probably wouldn't matter as much if the drums were sort of a bit snappier. Thistle says, oh, there's some pitchy stuff going on here. I think there's some clashes there yeah, you need to look at that. There's some in that section there. That doesn't sound right to me. The chords don't match with what the bass is doing. That's definitely there's something that's very wrong. That needs looking at. If this is built with like building block sample pack things and everything, just because like two things say they're in the same key or whatever, you can't always trust that to be true, you know. I think that section there, when it led into the breakdown, needs a big change because the keys are clashing, and the way it led into the breakdown, it was like sort of everything just disappeared off. I love the doodle bit. The plinky plonky arpeggios and the reverse bit and the high vocal arpeggio thing are beautiful, and they match really nicely with the bass line. Nice little switch. Oh, that's really good. All the musical parts in this bit are lovely. They fit together nicely. Oh, that's interesting. Doesn't affect me because I don't partake, but Conclave says he was speaking with someone from Easy Rollers, and he said he mentioned how THC, which is the active ingredient of marijuana, it can screw with your hearing, and it's not recommended to mix when stoned. I like this section here. I think so main comments on this one for you, Fanwan. There was this funny section here. I'd probably just chop this out and just forget about it, because some stuff is clashing and they're in the wrong musical key. So either fix that or just chop that out. I think the lead into the breakdown is a bit strange, and also the breakdown kind of loses a bit of direction, but the rest of it, the main kind of riff and all that, all the nice sort of poppy sine wavy arpeggios and the reversey bit and the way the bass line works and everything, it's really, really nice. I love the sort of happy sort of positive-y vibe. Suffers in the same way that your previous one did. I've been interrupted by a subscribe from Corax. Corax DNB, thank you very much for the sub for 15 months. That's a long stint there. Thank you very much, Corax. Appreciate it. Yo. So kind of same as your previous one. Again, like pretty easy fixes. I think your limiter's getting pushed a bit too much. The drums are a bit too quiet, so they need to be louder and snappier. This one, there's a noticeable bit of reverb on the snare that I'd probably dial back a bit more. So you've got the sort of contrast of all the nice wet arpeggio-y things, but with a bit more tight, upfront, snappy drums. And I think the bass is a bit too loud for everything else. And then so I deal with that as the first job to have a look at, just on the mix front. Get the drums louder in the mix. They're a bit too distant. I think they're getting swallowed up because the bass is too loud comparatively, and maybe if you've got a mastering chain doing stuff, it's sort of adding to the problem. So that should correct itself if you just balancing the bass levels on stuff. If you've got quite a heavy mastering chain, can really help. And then I'd deal with that section where there's a sort of clash in the tonality. Either just, you could probably get away with removing that and duplicating a little bit before, and then I'd sort of have a little listen to the breakdown and maybe try and lead into it in a bit more of a sort of deliberate way. And I think you lose all of your arpeggio-y things. Yeah, it just goes all a bit... you just lose all your momentum here. It sounds nice, but I know if I played that in a club, you lose your momentum. So I'd probably go into the breakdown and start a bit... How do you start on the intro? Maybe go back to sort of how the intro was, but without the drums. So you've just got your arpeggio-y stuff, and then lead up again. And it sounded lovely here. Kick is quite loud and boomy, but if you dealt with your snare and skittery top stuff, it would match up all right. But yeah, I really, really like that. There's a beautiful little happy positive vibe in that one, and just like the other one, I think you could fix sort of 75% of the things that I sort of am feedbacking on just by turning the bass down a bit and turning up the toppy part of your drums and giving them a bit more room to cut through. And all your musical elements there are really nice. I love the arpeggio things and the sort of high sampled vocal thingamabob. Really nice. I'd be really interested to hear, especially that second one. I'd love to hear that if you work on that some more. If you want to post it in a future demos thing, or just send it to me privately afterwards or whatever. Because I like that. That was really nice. I'm scrolling through here. We're on the demos selection. You're welcome, Fanwani. Thank you for submitting your tunes. Right. I'm writing this down because the next one is Gav, but he's got a meeting, so he's not here. So we're going to skip it, and we'll come back to it. So I'm writing this down. Gav HK47, grab bag. Okay, all right, come back to. Okay. Theme from Duke Nukem. Oh, okay. I'm looking forward to seeing that. Right. Next one. This is from DGen. It says, "Hi again. I'm the guy that makes Hyperpop. Hope you enjoy some more attempts at DNB adjacent tracks." I'm looking forward to this. Yes, this will be good. Kai said, "Sort of reminds me of Seba. Some nice vibes." Yes, there was I could feel like the ancient art of Seba floating through his works there. It had a sort of similar musical language. Right, here we go. So this is DGen Waiting, who's also on Twitch. The URL here is d_gen_music. So he usually makes, I say it here, I don't know, you're here, good. DGen is here in the chat as we listen to his tune. Vocals are really nice. I love the vocal chop there. Oh, this is a really cool new angle. Oh, that's cool. DGen says I make weird pop music. Ha ha ha. I like the arpeggios there. That's cool. Oh, are we getting a switch? I think I disagree with Rollmops here. Rollmops says the vocal could sit lower in the mix, more of a supporting role. I kind of like it where it is. Like it's dominant. It's all providing the main interest. I like that bit. That's a fun hyper-poppy edit. Yeah, really like that. I like that it comes from a different angle, and you know, you're a hyper pop person having a bash at some drum and bass. My if I'm trying to think of, you know, my recommendations for what I would change or what I'm not too into, main thing for me is the drums in this. Like the snares are very big and chonky and sort of skittery. I love the vocal chops you've got there. That main like is the EQ, I understand, like the EQ is like a stylistic thing, but it's missing the tops where it helps you distinguish what's being said. So maybe I'd give it like remove less of the tops if you get my drift, but it's okay. Main thing for me though is the snares. It's kind of a bit too much, and the snares are just sort of a bit like long, white, noisy 909y, compressed. With the vibe of what it is, it doesn't matter so much because it doesn't fit into the traditional box anyway, and it probably never would, you know. But I think the drums are the only thing I have a proper issue with on it, really. I really like the arpeggios. I love how when it switches here, the vocals change and it's nice kind of chopping, and I love the little edits and stuff. And also, it's because there's a few different snares there of different pitches. I never I can't think of any tune where there's been multiple different pitched snares that I've liked. Like, it doesn't mean that they're not a success, but I can't really think of that many drum and bass tunes where there are multiple different pitched versions of kind of the same snare that have ever been really big. Occasionally you hear it in Neuro, but it's never the ones that are like a proper success, so I would kind of advise against that. So at least maybe just stick to one snare rather than like apart from flipping like Terminator, you know, absolute classic, but that was different because it's sort of the same snare with funny different time stretching stuff on. Too much reverb maybe, says DGen. The drums are dry enough, which is how they should be. The rest of it all is a bit kind of wet. Oi, there's someone at the door. Can you hear the dog? Listen for the dog. Wait. Oh, hang on, I need to answer the door. Hold on. Your fire, cause it's a white. I gotta get that gas and a lesser high. Hold your fire, cause it's a white. I'm gonna play Escape from Tarkov every night. We've got a friend while the man's at the door. Hello, how's it going? I'm just gonna try and look after her for a sec. This is Lara. It's not our dog, we're just looking after her. You right? Give me a lick. Lick the face? No? Okay. She's stressed out. The postman just came and delivered something. It's Doggo. This is Lara. Do you want to make a tune? Do you want to make some rough drum and bass? Do you? Do you? Yes, you do. You do. Hang on. Let's give you a bit of. Do you want to do a bark? Can you record a barking vocal? It's okay. Shh. Chill out. Oh, the microphone's in the way. You can't see it. We'll just hang out for a minute while Magda's answering the door. Barking up the wrong tree with that joke. What do you think of that tune? Did you like DGen? One bark for yes. She's yawning as well. She likes it. You liked it. Didn't you like it, Lara? Lara's my friend. You got a yawn out of Lara. That's a big one. That if I yawn, oh, another one. 2 yawns. 2 yawn. Oh God, I smelled her breath then. Okay, I think we've had enough. The yawn of approval. There we go. Lara's yawn of approval. This is Lara. She's our friend's dog. And we're looking after her for a few days while they're busy. And she's a lovely house guest. I'll go and take her back to Magda now because we need to get on with this. Come on. Say bye-bye to your friends. Bye-bye. I'll be back in a second. I'm bringing her back.
Okay.
There you go.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Someone dared knock on the door. How dare they? So that's Laura. She belongs to our friends. We've looked after her a few times, and we love her. She's great to have around. Like, quite demanding, but it's fine because she gives us lots of love. But she's very nervous, so whenever she sees another dog, she goes crazy. So we tried to take her on a walk today, and she saw a dog as soon as we got out of the house, and we had to just come back in because she just went berserk, and she takes ages to calm down. And if she thinks she's heard a dog anywhere, she goes mad. And also if, when it's a delivery guy or something, she's all right. She barks a bit, but we have to keep her chilled. But she's having a very chilled time most of the time, really. Luckily Magda's not working anymore, so she's able to hang out with her. So yes. Anyway, let's get back to that. So Lara gave you 2 yawns. For that one, D-Gen, so that's a good sign. I think she liked it. Does she go mad at the TV when animals are on? Says CB Radio. We haven't really we don't really have the TV on in the background at all. I've sat in the bed, I've already broken the rule, and I allow her to sit on the bed now for a snuggle. Not like at night time when we're sleeping, but sort of before bed and in the morning. And the only TV I really watch is YouTube on my TV. I haven't tried putting something on with other dogs. I probably wouldn't want to risk ruining my morning by triggering her. But Magda tried showing her videos of a puppy yesterday to sort of calm her down or something, but I don't think she made the connection. Anything on a screen is real. But she doesn't mind sitting there. I've sat there watching people playing Tarkov and whatever random DIY videos and things that I watch on YouTube, and she's just sort of, I don't think she makes the connection that it's real. But if she hears stuff, she tweaks a little bit, especially if funny surround sound things sort of trigger. She's like, "Ooh, what's that?" But we haven't had any missions on that side, really. So all right, so anyway, thank you for that one, D-Gen. That was called Waiting. Really like that. As I said, only issues I've got with that, obviously it fits into a different demographic from everything else today, which I like because it's quite individual. If I was trying to think of something to suggest you change or look at changing if you wanted to, it would be the drums, the drum pattern, and the fact there's multiple snares of different the same snare of different pitches and stuff. That sort of puts me off a bit. So if there's one thing to look at on that and have a little bash with, have a go with that. But it sounded great, very interesting, and sometimes the individuality outweighs any of the negative things. So yeah. Thistle says animals and screens are hit and miss, but they did research recently with parrots and found they were able to video call each other, recognize the ones they made friends with, and had meaningful interactions. It's adorable. Oh, that's crazy. That's really cool. Dog yawns count twice, says Booze Not Booze. Yeah. Right, here we go. Another one from D-Gen. All I Want to Do. Nice pianos. Oh, you're getting a yawn from me. Sorry. The horse isn't in the song. I did that.
Thinking about your body, it's all for me.
Oh.
Thinking about us, tangled between the sheets. My dress will end up on the floor. Now you're closing the door. Sad all your score. Look me in my eyes, my body's where you lie. Your hands up on my thighs, my arms are tied.
I presume these are sample pack vocals. Safe to use.
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool. Oh, very nice vocal chops there. Hello, Fakey. Your tops are getting squashed by the bass here. vocal edits are spot on.
Thinking about your body, it's all for me. Thinking about us, tangled between the sheets. My dress will end up on the floor.
I'd get your snare up, get your drums a bit louder.
My body's where you lie. Your hands up on my thighs, my arms are tied. Thinking about your love, with you is
vocals are nice.
Yeah.
I love the choppy vocal bits. That's brilliant. Please don't get rid of that. That's a really nice vibe as well. I really like that. I think it depends if you're going for, like, if you ever imagine, you know, other drum and bass DJs would play it, or you're going for your own lane, so then it doesn't matter so much stuff. I think arrangement is the thing here that is kind of non-traditional, that might be worth looking at changing a bit. Certainly the top end of your drums, like the snare, is not cutting through enough. It's getting swallowed up by the bass, either through your lip. There's been a few today like this where the snare and the tops are not loud enough, and in combination with the low bass being too loud and then squishing the limiter, it's meant that, like, the tops and the snare and everything are compromised in the mix. So I'd have a little tweak on that, basically. I think that would be big. Like, turn your snare and your definitely the snare and the toppy bits of the drums, turn them up, turn the bass down a bit, tweak your limiter or whatever you've got going on in your master chain accordingly. That'll have a big effect. And then my other suggestions would be looking at the arrangement, really, but that only depends on what your goals are with this, really. But I love the vocal choppings and the edits. I liked how I love the way your stuff goes to the drop. It's that hyperpop vibe. When it hits the drum and bass section, sort of makes the transition, it's just sort of, it kind of just does it, and it's nice. Like, going from this.
Look me in my eyes, my body's where you lie. Your hands up on my thighs, my arms are tied. Thinking about your love, with you is never enough. Yeah.
Here. Chord there's a bit weird. That chord sounds off. That doesn't match up, yeah. Lots of nice elements in that. I like it a lot. There was a couple of chords there that sounded like they clashed a little bit, so that's another thing to look at. It's a bit late. The bass line comes in a little bit late. It might be interesting to just have it come in when it does that switch there. Also might be interesting, instead of it being a pure 808, to distort, you know, give the 808 a big bit of distortion on it, but, you know, mind the levels and all the rest of it. So yeah, big up D-Gen. I like that one a lot. Thank you. I hope my feedback was helpful. Make some noise for the D-Gen. Time for the demos. Demos. Thistle in the chat here is saying you've got to commit to it. It's very drowned in very wide reverb, so you worry about the mono compatibility of the chat. Yeah, that's something to keep an eye on. Swooshes and booms have come up. I haven't really ranted about swooshes and booms yet today. I've been trying not to. Like in some of the first demo streams, literally every time I was like, add swooshes and booms, add some tambourines to everything. Like that's basically John's main instructions, but I don't think we haven't really had to do that yet today. So it's all. I hope you'd always be thinking about swooshes and booms and shaky tops and stuff. If you're thinking of me, it isn't always necessary. Like sometimes it's quite good to have a track that doesn't have any. If it's part of the aesthetic, then it you make it sort of the absence of that is a thing. So thank you very much, DGen. I love your stuff. It's coming from a different angle than a lot of drum and bass, and I think there's some legs in it. So it's good to hear you doing some drum and bass coming from a hyper pop angle. Right, we got something from Kai here from Melbourne. Kai's in the chat. I've seen him in the chat this afternoon. Always like Kai's stuff. Show me what you got.
Show me what you got.
I'm going to sit back for a bit. These are both first bounce work in progress. Okie dokie. Oh, you got a yawn. Oh, what happened there? Come on. Hold me up. Oh, the bass there is very reminiscent, like Wormhole era Ed Rush and Optical, like nice, dry, synthetic. Drums are lovely and tight, very making me think of kind of Break. Alright, take care, DJ, and thanks for hanging out, and thanks for showing us your lovely work. Swooshes and tambourines need to be top of mind, says Booze Not Booze in the chat. Yep, always. Korax is giving the gun finger emojis here. Really like those bass edits. Scandal says this is a sick Ed Rush feel. I'm inclined to agree. Those glassy chords, I turn him up. Some glassy like pads. They could be louder. Love the snare, Yeah, those chords need to be louder. Ooh, lovely edit there. I love that. Wow, that's proper. Absolutely nailed the Wormhole era aesthetic. Definitely those pads can be louder because it all just goes quieter. Those hats sound too loud in comparison, probably because of that. Overall balance sounds decent. Drums are cutting through enough, bass is characterful, even though it's synthetic, it's nice and warm, and all the different basses are glued together alright, sort of in the same stereo space. You've got a glue of like the single note bass holding it together as a constant. then. I haven't noticed them earlier. They're a good addition to the drums. I don't like that. There's one ride in there. Where is it? There's a particular like bell ride that I hear occasionally in tracks. I'm like, I don't like that. Doesn't occur much in this track though. There we go. It was just then. Yeah, that's. I mean, that's a first bounce. More work to be done on it anyway, by the sounds of it. So that's giving us a taste of what's to come. My only comments that like. Don't change too much. The bass is great. The drums are really good. I love the snare. It's a nice sort of tight vibe. Those particular chords, I think, are just a bit too quiet in the mix, so turn them up. The glassy ones, it goes a bit quiet in the breakdown. I'm not a huge fan of the vocal sample thingy you've used in there, but it's not deal breakery. Not a fan of, if you know what I mean. Maybe something else in place might be better. I like that it's a vocal that doesn't have this sort of particular word or anything like that's right, but that's the only thing I'm a bit like is the choice of the vocal sample really, but that's, as I've said before, like, you know, sort of personal taste rather than thingy. So Thistle posted something that Auto Mod grabbed. Oh, and it's deleted it. I clicked on allow. Oh no, I can't see what you wrote now. Oh no, it says pro tip: if you have a ride that sounds way too drum machine fugly, smash it through Soothe 2. Yes, that's a good shout. Scandal says, yeah, that's proper naughty. I agree. But yeah, that sounds wicked, Kai. Really, really, really like that. That's fucking, like, definitely the best thing you've sent through so far, I reckon. And that's just early stages of it too. So good work. Like, really nice tight drums, really cool. All the bass sounds, I like them. Like, quite often with stuff like this, there'll be something I'll be like, this weird, but it's a perfect sort of like slightly modern version of the Ed Rush Optical Wormhole era basses, sort of like synthetic analog basses, but roughed up a bit grimy, but they don't sound horribly digital, but they also don't sound far too distorted and everything. So great work, and that's the first bounce. So let us know when you've done some more. I would like to hear that a lot, definitely. Give you a big round of applause, give you a magic wand of wonder, and a nice. Next one's amazing. He should be back in the room soon. I need to stretch my legs and top up my water and probably make a tea. So how about we take a quick little 3 to 4 minute break while I go to the bathroom, make a tea, top up my water and everything. Then maybe Amazing will be back and we can go on to his. If not, we'll skip on to whatever's after that and come back to it. So I'm going to hit an ad, hit the be right back. I won't be long, but I've got to get up and stretch my legs in case I deep vein thrombosis myself. So see you in a minute.
Don't you fire, cause it's a wipe. I gotta get that gas and a laser high. Hold your fire, cause it's a wipe. I'm gonna play Escape from Tarkov every night. I say the ammo, please, I don't want to die. I need to.
When a friend is to love, you know the rules and it's all to one. A full commitment's what I'm thinking of. You wouldn't get this from any other guy.
Hold tight to Tarkov Massive. Salute. Big up the Lighthouse crew. Each and every time bringing up the Tarkov Massive inside the place. Yes, yes.
Stepping into Tarkov is the MC like keeper. Murking all the traders just like the Grim Reaper. Lyrics suck you up so much you need a Saliwa. Don't know who I am, well you should go ask Nikita. Saying all electricals extremely top tier. Military technicals, nobody is cheaper. When you need computer parts, you come to see me. Keeping all your money, now the wife is getting me. Stepping into Tarkov is the MC like keeper. Shouting hold your fire just like the John B. Checking me at Lighthouse, I'm the #1 dealer. Insurance too expensive, now you got the give here. Living on a lighthouse in an island on the sea. Sell my secret life straight, gonna get a harmonia. If you're not a scout, then you are PNC. Big up all of the team in the BSG. I got a fever for the night keeper. I got a fever for the night keeper. I got a fever for the night keeper. I got a fever, I got a fever, I got a fever. Stepping into Tarkov is the MC like keeper. Complain about inertia, then you must be live streamer. Scaring off the traders and the actor in the fleet. Big up all the scaffold, temporary gum, kick a break. MC like keeper, lyrics coming in your ear. Running out of fuel, you better get an idea. Lighthouse looking hot, you're gonna get your on a fever. Reading all the patch notes, it's my favorite time of year. I got a fever, I got a fever. Hold tight to Tarkov, Rosshill, Saluta. I got a fever, I got a fever. Look at the Lighthouse crew. Each and every time we get up the Tarkov, muscle inside the place. Yes, yes. Absolutely wicked.
Sorry. Yes, I'm filming this in 2.4K today, 60 frames a second.
Oh my gosh. Who wants the rewind?
Ich mag gerne deutsche Mädchen.
Did he damage the hotel room?
Guten Morgen. Was ist das hier für?
Dashcam fails. Bye bye. Airport Ninja breakfast.
Surely become into the cabin to take your orders or any items.
What's up, Dad? Alright. Oh, I can hear the 9 mixing in. Do you like the 9, Dad?
Absolutely.
Who made the 9? Who made the 9?
The company.
Hey!
Patch 12.12 activated.
Having lots of fun, gonna bring my sniper. For Lighthouse, but this line. I 60 around the stupid F95. You're supposed to go highway, sing it with a minute. It's a lighthouse party, everybody dance in a lighthouse party. You're supposed to go highway, sing it with a minute. It's a lighthouse party, everybody dance in a lighthouse party. Yeah. Maybe one day I will retire to my lighthouse lodge with a nice rock fire. Drink some tea from my many teapots, dreaming of lighthouse fire. You're supposed to know I play.
All right, I'm back. I'm back in the area. Kai said there should be 2 demos of his there. Oh, did I... yes. Which one was that? You? Was that one called You? What? We had that one. Yeah, one of them created like a preview and one of them didn't. Sorry, okay, we've got another Kai one here. All right, I'm back in the room. Sorry, I had to... Oh, what happened there? There we go. I needed to quickly stretch my legs, go to the bathroom, make a cup of tea, top up my water. So we haven't had too many yawns. Amazing's back as well. Good. We'll do yours. 2. I'm here. We're going to listen to Kai's other one, and then we'll go on to where we're at. Yeah, 3, 2, 1, and you're back in the room. Where's that from? Is that from Little Britain, isn't it? Look into my eyes, look around my eyes. Don't look into my eyes. You are you're a #1 drum and bass producer, and this is your best tune ever. You're king of the world. Something like, I don't know. Yeah. Right. So we're on the demos, and not around the eyes. Look into the eyes. Not around the eyes. Look into the eyes. It's demos time. Trying not to run over my headphone cable. Southbound says, oh no, I woke up too late. Oh, I think, did we listen to yours earlier? We did, yes. You'll be able to watch back on the YouTube upload when I get round to uploading it, though. But thanks for giving us your music, Southbound. One of them was very old, if I remember rightly. One was like 5 years old. And the other one, like, I like the vibe. The mix downs needed work and stuff from what I felt like. And the second one was a bit too... It had lots of... spoken word religious stuff that was all a bit heavy and not really the vibe for us, so I kind of skipped through that really. But the sort of the monologue and everything was a bit heavy. But I like this sort of retro vibes, if I remember correctly, how it went, Southbound. So thanks for sending your music in. I didn't really give like hugely detailed feedback because the one that was very old, I figured you probably wouldn't really work on anymore, and the second one was just sort of not my cup of tea, mainly because of the sort of hardcore messaging on it really, but sounded all right, and thanks for sending them in though anyway. So we're in here, for those of you that don't know, I'm sure you all already know, it's demos day. I did the stinger. The vibe of what we do here is you can submit your music in the Discord and I play it here on the stream and we all have a listen to it together, and I assume that you probably want me to give my feedback, and we're not here to judge anything or to say if it's good or bad, or well, we will always try and say it's good, but like I'm not here to criticize stuff or find fault or whatever. It's all about elevating people's work and trying to help people improve with their productions and stuff. and I try to find ways that I think the songs could be improved, and I hope that that's what you guys would like. Like, just whatever I say, like, is only really my opinion. Like, it's based on my experience, which I've kind of got a lot of, but it's only my opinion, and other people may think differently. But I try to just pick out basic things that I think would be relatively easy to do, that would probably improve the track on a basic level. Like, sometimes there's not a lot I can say, like, you know, the whole vibe of the tune might just be such that it just has to exist how it does, and there you go. Other ones where it could work on the dance floor or could potentially get signed to labels and things, I'll try and offer suggestions that I think would help you get over the line and all of that. So it's all coming from like a place of love and trying to be helpful. So I hope you get that, and everyone in the chat is on the same page as well, so we're all offering our feedback and thoughts and power boosts. So anyway, let's go. This is another one from Kai from Australia. It's called I Need Healing. I need healing. I've got some pains. I'm going to stand up for a bit. Do a stretch. It's not the kind of yoga stream that people like on Twitch. It's an old man. Stretch. I'm listening, got my headphones. Sorry, Kai. What did you post in the general channel, I'm amazing? If I click out of demos, I'll lose my place, so is it important? It's not a stretch unless you say big stretch. Is that what Twitch yoga people, just chatting, mirror in the background people do? Oh, it's photos from work, cool. Oh, is that the big stage that you've been setting up? Steve Harvey Oswald followed. Hello, thanks for the follow. I like those. You've nailed the noisy bit on top of the bass there, sounding sweet. Let's try it. Steve Harvey Oswald in the chat says, nasty in a good way. Cool, this is a song by Kai, who's in the chat right now. We're listening to people's demos. People on the in the Twitch Drum and Bass community chucking us their music for us to have a listen to and give a bit of feedback. I think the snare could go up a bit. This is a first bounce as well, okay, so Kai says this is like his first draft, basically. I love that. In general, this is good. The only thing I feel I would have a bash at for sure is turn the snare up a bit. Bit more tops on the snare as well. Shakers and risers. There's plenty of top end activity in the drums. I like the sidechain 909 ride there, that's cool. Wow. I like that. Wow. Lots of cool little bits and bobs giving movement to the bass. And I like the break, the There's quite a lot of funny atmospheric-y, mid-rangey bits and bobs going on. I got a yawn. You get a yawn. Big tune. It's a yawn. I put the horse sound in then. It wasn't in the tune. Yeah. Yeah, sounds wicked. I mean, that's the first draft, but it's sounding good enough to me. Only major thing I can think of on that one really is give the snare a little bit more welly, a little bit louder, a little bit more tops maybe. It just sounds like it's not cutting through quite enough. Only a little bit. Nothing else really stands out at me hugely. Really good tune, like that a lot. Really good vibe. Similar, like it pairs well with the other one as well. That's very nice, very nice. Boost him up, boost up the snare a little bit. Boost it up, and as if by magic, the snare is louder. Yeah, great work. Thank you very much. That was Kai. In the place. Okay, next one. We've got Amazing. He's back from his break. He wanted me to have a look on the Discord, so I will abide by that. Wow, so you've been setting up this stage. Look at that. Oh, it's the flipping Pepsi commercials again. Wow. That's is that for a production of something? Doesn't look like a DJ. That's a lovely venue. Where's this? Amazing. That looks like you can have a good party in there. Right, now I need to find my place again. I've lost my place because I'm amazing. Oh, here we go. There we are. Moving sets. It's the Shore Festival in Niagara on the lake. Eee! Lovely. It's a really, really good looking venue, that. Looks very comfortable. Right, here we go. New tune from Amazing. Hanson Varkas, Ghosts of the Sun. Always love us a bit of Amazing in here. Let's see what we got. Show me what you got.
Show me what you got.
Good intro so far. We've got the hi-hats to keep us knowing where the beats are. I rarely lose my place. It's just being able to find MPI1 says add some sort of reaction to the already listened tracks. I was just looking, had to scroll through again to find where I was, basically. I'd have to do the same if I put reactions on. So, L of G. Well done for giving up on the Pepsi and Coca-Cola Fiery Biscuits. It's a good, easy way to cut back on a load of stupid extra sugar, isn't it? I used to drink loads and loads of Pepsi Max, but that's all artificial stuff, but it's all horrible chemicals. Interesting kick, says Sean, yes. Yeah, it's got that vocal layered on top of it, hasn't it? They're like, bleh. You got yours? Oh. Man. I'm so sorry for yawning when I'm doing these streams. It's nothing to do with the music or my level of interest with it. I'm just flipping, I don't know what's going on. Yeah, I should just play the horse sound whenever I yawn. Oh, another one. What? Come on, man. I think your bass needs to be a bit louder. Your subs are a little, need to go up a little bit. The snare is a bit dominant. It's quite nice, but it's a bit, because it's quite a snare heavy pattern. The fact that it's quite snappy and toppy and everything, sort of, it sticks out a little bit more. Where is the salmon? Is that what the robot voice said? Where is the salmon? Yeah, distorted 808. Sean Nice in the chat says thinks this needs something like a distorted 808 bass. That's quite a good. Yeah. Bow, bow. Bow, bow, bow. Ding. Da, down, down, boom. Bow, bow, bow. Bow, 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 bow. Kind of like that. I'm probably dabbing. Thank you for the follow. Happy dabbing. Thistle says your tip is to have something to watch, like an EQ frequency graph. Gives your eyes a task and helps you with pushing back the yawn energy. I was actually thinking about trying to do that anyway. It would complicate my bloody internal audio routing. But it'd be nice to have an oscilloscope when I'm listening to demos, wouldn't it? I'll have a look at how that's to use audio hijack and things. Hello. I think those those could go louder, because it's really like the drums are so loud and so busy, they're just dominating everything. So the things I would do, I would recommend, you know what I mean, turn your sub up. I think adding a distorted 808, sort of a pitchy downy 808 like Sean recommended, I think that could be worth trying. That would add something to it. I think it might need some of the atmospherics are a bit lost. I think the drums are just a little bit too busy and a bit too the snare, like, because the snares happens quite a lot. It sounds a bit busy. Very good tune though, all nice and together. Those are just sort of my thoughts of things I would look at correcting maybe. But I like that one. It was called Ghost of the Sun. Hanson Varkas, aka Mamazing 360. Give you you can have a horse for that. DigiCheck is free and monitors your main output. I'll write that down. Is that PC or Mac or both? Just for me. Swooshes and booms. Oh, I didn't catch the swooshes and booms. Let's see. Oh yeah, there you go. Reverse cymbal, lovely. I'm not too sure about what you've got laid on your kick as well. That vocal, that burp. I turn up the burp. Oh yeah, I can hear white noise stuff going on there. You got a riser, well done. Yeah, a lot of snares going on in that one, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. Right, so we've got another one here. This says, another one that I made a little while back when the demo days started. Okay, cool. So this one's a bit older. We won't hold it against you, I promise. Thistle's talking about the DigiCheck that Conclave recommended. Looks just like a level meter. Mini meters lets you select whatever output you're listening to. And hardware only. Yeah, there was one that Metric was telling me about that he used a while back. I don't know if he still does. Is something that's linked to RME audio interfaces, and it gives you there's this thing that I've seen quite a few people have. It's a TC Electronic meter thing, and it's actually like a display. It looks like sort of a mini iPad, but it just connects to a plugin that runs in your DAW, so you might as well just open whatever your meter of choice is and stick it on an external monitor, like, unless it's super low latency or something. I don't know. But it would be. I did work out a way to do it once, and I used like audio hijack to route the audio to also go to an internal thing, and then fed it to like the isotope oscilloscope spectral analyzer thingy, just to have that on all the time. But I mean, it might stop me from yawning, but I'll just live with that. But I don't really use spectral analyzers much in my production. I tend to just rely on listening to it, and I can usually tell what's up with my ears. Like, obviously not to the extent that analyzers show you, but I'm not one of those people that really works that way, you know, compared to say like Noisier, and they can like look at something and they can just tell you, oh, you need to notch that out there or whatever. Thistle sent me some links. Okay, great. I'll open that and check it off stream, because if you send it in a DM, it will. I don't want to show that on the stream because we were talking about contracts and stuff, so I don't want to like dox everything out. But thanks for sending the links, Thistle. Kai's gonna have to bail to go to work. Enjoy. Thanks again. It's in the new version when finished. Yeah, I'd love to hear both of the tunes that you'd submitted, Kai, when you worked on them some more. I really like both of them. They're really, really cool. And thanks, Thistle, for sending those links. I'll check them when we're done. Is that for monitoring type of stuff? It would be nice to have when we're listening to demos to be able to have Spectral Analyzer or something up on an easily done, non-like malware-y kind of program. Gav is back. Okay, good. I skipped yours, so we can do it. We'll play your song, Gav, after this second one here from Amazing. How's that? Right. It'll do it, and you can capture it on the stream too. Ah, good. Okay, cool. Brilliant. You do it during your Liquidity sessions. Nice. I like the intro of this so far. I'm amazing. Sounding nice. It's called Winter Heat. I'm putting this in the box of imagining this is playing in the menu while we're loading into 1080p 1080 skateboarding on the Nintendo 64. 1080 snowboarding on the N64. Oh, this is a nice tea. It's a peach tea. Hazuki says I played the hell out of this on the Saturn. Oh, is it kind of derived from a video game? Yeah, that's true, Walls. It'd be interesting for you to see, because I apply like an EQ to my headphone calibration stuff that you guys are on the receiving end of. I'll have to just send you all better dynamic headphones. I'll get a new credit card and rinse it and send out 100 pairs of better dynamic headphones. The image is from a Sega Saturn game called Winter Heat. Ah, okay. The song isn't related, it's just the title. Okay, roger that. Some interesting bass sounds there. There's a bit too much reverb on some of the snare there. I would advise against that. Some of the drum pattern there, I'd have a little... There's points where you've got your main sort of 909 snare is not matching up with what the Think Break snare's doing. They're hitting at different times, which is alright. I've done that plenty of times, sort of by accident. But it might be good to have them always matching up. Brady's got a few bounces. This Solar Works accidentally left on. Yeah. Luckily, I have it just as a thing that's running the whole time on my output, so it's not in the door. I almost did that a couple of times when I was running the head linearizer one though. That's Brady saying that, yeah. Scandal just bought W5S's, but you wish you'd gone for W4S. Not much different. I don't know what brand of headphones are those? Are they headphones? So feedback on that one from Amazing. I think the mix could be a bit brighter. It needs a little bit more tops on it. I think I love the do. I like the vocals. I like the overall vibe of it. It's a nice, positive, happy kind of thing. How's the bass? Bass is about the right kind of level. To have a look at this snare. You've got the 909 snare on top of the brakes, and I think sometimes they're not matching up with, you've decided on the pattern you've decided, and maybe you could reprogram the brake to hit at the same time as the 909 one, and maybe give the snare a bit more tops. But I think if you gave everything a bit of a sparkly tops, that would help. Those are my only sort of main comments. It's more just sort of mix down. Like, the vibe is the vibe on that one. You're not going to change it, but it's a good sort of video games aesthetic, happy little tune. Really, it's good work. I like that. Amazing. Just saw the Sega logo in the images you use. Yep. I never had a Sega. I had a friend with a Mega Drive. I used to play Final Fight on that, but I didn't have games consoles at all until I could afford my own, and I got a PlayStation after I graduated university. I was So, great. Anyway, amazing. Thank you very much for that one. I like the aesthetic of that. It's good. Bit of a sort of vaporwavy drum and bass thing. Not a lot to suggest on that if you wanted suggestions, really. Just maybe tidy up the tops a little bit, maybe tidy up the snares, maybe a bit more reverb and tops on the nice arpeggio thing. I like how it's a bit wider. Some things, there's a bit too much reverb on some stuff, like the drums. But yeah, good stuff. Winter Heat by Amazing. Whee. Now we're going to go back to Gav's track here. Here we go. Here we go. I'll just pause it so we give it the proper start. Scandal saying, do I remember music on PlayStation 1? I never had it. I never played it. I got the PlayStation 1 at a time when I was busy doing music stuff anyway, and I already had was doing stuff with sampler and studio, so I didn't have to try and do it on a PlayStation. Luckily, I was fucking very privileged in that degree. I know lots of people did use it, and it was a really good entry point into production, but I wouldn't even know what it looked like. I haven't been around anyone dabbling on that the sort of music production thing on the PlayStation, but sounded cool. Helped people get into production, right? But yeah, when I got my PlayStation, it was I don't think I owned one when I was a student. There were other people in my corridor or friends' corridor that had one, and they'd play things, but I never did. And when I got one, I had a really old TV in my bedroom studio thingy, and I had just Tony Hawk's, and sometimes when I was waiting for my sampler to do something, or something was kind of rendering, and I'd have a couple of minutes to wait and twiddle my thumbs, I'd do a quick go on Tony Hawk's until I fell off or whatever it was, and then get back to work. And I've still got the PlayStation. I sold my PlayStation 3, but I've still got my PlayStation 1 and PlayStation 2 in a box in the loft, but I haven't got them hooked up to anything because I don't have huge memories attached to them. I like them, but they're not meaningful to me the way some other games are. Really had good times. It was more a bit later in life. Xbox Ones, Xbox 360s, and Call of Duty and stuff. I got a bit more into gaming a little bit later on. MTV Music Generator was what it was called, says Corax. Commodore 64. Yeah. Right, here we go. So this is Gav. He's done a track here called Grab Bag, which is the theme from Duke Nukem. He says, I came to kick ass and chew bubblegum, and I'm out of gum. Notes, intro needs to be longer. Left side Hoover synth can't really be heard over the guitars. Okay, let's see. I couldn't hum the Duke Nukem theme to you off the top of my head. I can't picture it. I never really played it that much, but it was cool. I loved all the get some, and he shouts over this stuff. But anyway, let's hear this. I'll stop rambling. Let's go. Hey. Hey. Didn't add any samples, so you can call it a cover version. Great! You're learning. That's how we do it here. No samples, replays only. This sounds great. Nice chugging along. Oh, I like the synth you added there on the right. I don't know the original. Maybe we should listen to the original. I don't know if I'll get stricken for that. Megadeth, Duke Nukem theme. Yeah, nice head nod of this. I'm feeling it. It's good. Don't know. And the really good riffing. I've got the. I just don't know. Is it this one? Oh wow. Dun, 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 dun. It's all the MIDI Sound Blaster triggers. Yeah, this one. Oh wow, it's very similar to the Doom. Oh god, those are the days. Imagine, like, you know, being a music for video games producer back in those days, where you didn't make a song and say, here's the song. You're trying to make a song that you know the Sound Blaster can play using all the MIDI sounds and everything. This is, I'll post the link in the chat here for what I was just listening to, if that's what you meant, Scandal. Yeah. So, John analysis stuff. Snare sounds to me a bit like there's a flam effect there, like there might be two elements of the snare and they're not hitting quite at exactly the same time. You know what I mean? So I try and tidy that up. I think some of the things you've got quite hard panned left and right, and because they're not doubled up, I'm not sure that's necessary. And if it did get played in mono and everything, things would fuck up. So, and some of those things that are on the hard right or hard left are a bit too quiet. I think you mentioned that. It says left side, who the synth can't be really heard over the guitars. I think the guitars could be a little bit louder. I also reckon something that would make it sound wicked is if on top of the bass you had a chugging guitar doing the same pattern. That would add to it and make it a bit more rocky. It's a real good head nodder. I like how you've done this. It's cool. There's the yeah, that's synth that's on the right. I'd probably have that in the centre. Definitely needs to be louder too, the synth, the high synth. That one. I didn't sing anything near like what Nice side-chained swoosh there. Big up the swoosh crew. Yeah, I really like that. Thanks, Gav. That's good fun. If you work on that a little bit more, I'd be interested to hear how it goes. Like, I don't have the same nostalgia towards that because I didn't play Duke Nukem to the same extent that I did Doom. But hearing the original, like, I can tell it's the same vibe, isn't it? Hello, Bearded Gamer. How's it going? Greetings. Everyone's talking about sound blasters and old audio interfaces you used to have in your PCs for gaming, and I remember you have to I used to have a floppy drive that I'd boot with a different autoexec.bat and config.sys so that my PC could like squeeze a little bit more graphics out of Doom. So I used to play it on like the smallest screen size to get it on higher quality graphics settings. That's bonkers, isn't it? I'm alright, thanks, Bearded Gamer. We're listening to demos today. So I'm going through all the music people have submitted on the Discord, and we're listening to them together, and I'm trying to help with the production technique stuff and give a bit of feedback. You're going to have a bit of a go at fixing up the snares and centering the synths. Yeah, I think those are the two first things I would look at on that to make it a bit more presentable. I think that would help. 386. I don't think I ever had a 28. Might have had a 286, but that was really shit. There's no way I'd try and play Doom on that. But I had a 386 and had to play Doom on the smallest screen settings and everything. And even then, it terrified me. Like playing on a screen that was like the size of your phone. Bonkers. So we've got something new here from Entropy, which has got I'll just read what he says here. Got the Vox from Scandal on this one from last week. I think he smashed it, not gonna lie. DJ Hybrid signed the track I liked from last week and wants one more to go with it. We're thinking of sending the first one as the B-side. The second track is still a work in progress. Okay, nice. So we got ID featuring Scandal and Bass Gospel. I think if I click on these, yeah, okay, cool. So let's see, we've got Scandal in the chat. Have we got Entropy around? Is Entropy in the place? Or is he busy doing important grown-up things elsewhere? Which is perfect. Ah, you're here, you're lurking, good. Let's get this sized nicely so we're looking sweet. Alright, okay, here we go. This is Entropy featuring Scandal on the mic. Check it out, let's go. I remember this one from last week, I think, yeah. Now with vocals.
23. Yeah, something a little bit different, yeah? A little bit different.
Has to look like the VHS wave background. Oh, yeah. That's a cool breakdown, yeah. Building the anticipation.
Fear is just a feeling that you behold. But if you don't take risks, you don't find gold. Yeah, I'm a gold digger, I'm hungry. Don't settle for second best, it's my country. This is music, it's how I was raised. Said I would grow out of it, it was a phase. So here's my two fingers, right in your face. Door is now closed, I rest my case. So now you wanna be a pal, well not today. How you cut me out your life, big mistake. You said I talk too much and I'm up and down. Well it's a circus mate, but you're the clown. So now you wanna be a pal, well not today. How you cut me out your life, big mistake. You said I talk too much and I'm up and down. Well it's a circus mate, but you're the clown. Come on.
So I agree a little bit with what Conclave just said in the chat. I think the vocals need to be a bit louder. they're getting a little bit buried. So if you can either get them to cut through a bit better with dynamic EQ or sidechainy stuff, or just turn them up a touch, I think that would help. There's a lot going on, so there's a lot to compete with. Fanways install a spectrum analyzer. Brilliant.
When I'm climbing steps, taking
good,
over
I'm glad
the
that
scene,
helps.
You have to accept, call me scandal, cause I'm scandalous. Don't take drugs, but I smoke cannabis. Summer days, summer nights.
I'm loving the lyrics.
Don't like beef, don't like fights. Confrontation of any kind. Always find me with the mic when I step inside. Back away, it's time to back up.
Vocals sound clearer in this section than they did in the first bit.
Show respect, even if you're out.
I definitely felt in the first section the vocals were a bit they weren't cutting through
we bring
quite
the
enough.
noise. Show respect, even if you're a brand new subject. Right in your face, door is now closed. I rest my case, so now you wanna be a pal. Well, not today. How you cut me out your life? Big mistake.
It's a tough one. Like, getting the vocals at the right level is really tough, because especially when you've been working on a tune over and over, because you know the lyrics and you can hear them all and you focus on them, and it's they sound louder to you than they are sometimes. Like, this happens to me a lot. I would try to at least turning the vocals up a tiny touch, but it's risky because if they're too loud, then you can't hear the drums and the bass loud enough. So if it was me, because I don't know, I haven't ever done like dynamic EQ type stuff, I'd have a bash with track spacer and maybe put the whole fucking track through track spacer, side chaining off the vocal, and just dial it a tiny little bit, and see if that does something to just make a tiny bit of room for them. It's going to compete with the snares because it's the same kind of register, so that might complicate things. So I don't know. Thistle says, I don't think the vocals need to change volume level. I think some unmasking of mid-range elements would help, even some track spacer to carve some room, and just be careful of how hard things are pushing into the limiter. Either track spacer or EQ carving of both the mid-range to make sure the prominent sibilance frequencies for consonants. Conclave says, I think 2 dB up on the vocal and a side chain to ensure vocals cut through. Yeah, I think sort of a combination of them. That's my only main recommendation on that, is the vocals are getting ever so slightly buried, so you want them to be more audible, but it's a fine line between making them too loud and it's equally an issue. If it was me, the first thing I'd try would be to use track spacer, where you've got the vocals side chaining whatever you think is interfering with them, not necessarily like the whole track, but I mean track spacer just is dynamic EQ ducking stuff, so yeah, but you got to really dial it in and be really careful, because it's going to affect your snares and your toppy drum percussive stuff, and you don't want that to be noticeably ducking, especially not on important beats and things, so you got to really really watch it. Yeah, but I really, really like that. I think the vocals suit the tune really well. They slot in well. Scandal's done a great job on that, and Entropy's done a great job on the tune. So big up. I think that'll be good, and that does definitely suit like DJ Hybrid's vibe. So that's good to hear you getting that picked up for his label. Lovely, lovely. Thistle says, CB Radio says, the drum beat's very busy. It's getting in the way of the vocals. Yeah, kind of. Like, that's a more of a difficult fix, because the drum beat and the pattern it's playing is sort of part of the whole shtick of it, and it's really cool. So if you made the drum pattern less busy, it's going to change the whole character of the track, which is, you know, you don't want to have to fuck around with that too much, and it's a lot of work. I think the first thing I'd try would be going the track spacer route, and you know, maybe turning the vocals up a tiny bit or something like that. to give them a little bit more room. And if that didn't work, then it would be a more drastic, more labour intensive thing to look at the drum patterns, maybe in the sections where the vocals are on, and then go to the other one. Those are just my, you know what I mean? It sounds great as it is. Like, I've heard far worse released on labels and doing well and all the rest of it. This is with your kind of stuff, Entropy, I'm just sort of doing a bit of devil's advocate-y nitpicking, kind of trying to be helpful, but like, it sounds fucking great as it is, you know. I'm just sort of doing this sort of, if you really want some if you want some more work, here's a few things you can do if you really can be asked. But it's, you know, a tiny like percentile of ways to improve things. It's always worth doing, it's always worth trying, but like, we've only got so much time in the day to do things, and you know, there comes that point of diminishing returns where, you know, do you spend another 2 or 3 hours working on a track to like shine the, you know, fix a few tiny things that most people won't ever notice, or do you just say, no, it's done, it's good enough, I'm going to move on and spend those 3 hours working on a new tune and whatever. So you have to sort of draw a balance, really. I always think it's worth doing your absolute best. Like, I do it too often, really. I care too much and like go back on tunes and tweak them out more and more and more and never draw a line on it, and I don't think that's always a good thing, but you've got to do what you feel's right, you know what I mean? Like, it's because when you've invested more and more time in a tune, you don't want to let it go as well. So yeah. Yep. Thistle says, I would mute the drum bus entirely, look at your mix and see what you can low pass down to 8-10 kilohertz and see what space you can make room. Another good suggestion. Nice. So we've got another one, haven't we? Yes. Focus, John. Focus yourself. Focus yourself. How did you not know we'd only listen to one Entropy tune there? Come on, man. It's live John B. Alzheimer's business. Okay, so this is a new one. Entropy and Breakpoint, bass gospel. I really like those chords. It's a really good, compelling intro so far. And Entropy says this is a first draft. Okay, good to know. That's always really helpful to know when we're doing these sessions, like how far on you are with stuff. Because it helps me sort of calibrate what kind of feedback to give.
Rewind, we come back.
Rewind and come back.
Oh my gosh.
Rewind and come back.
Who wants a rewind? John B.
It said rewind and come back, so
tearing it up right about now. Hold tight, all the junglists inside the line. Make some noise for the man.
Make some noise for Entropy.
John
Entropy,
B.
it's his tune. Make some noise for Entropy. Right. Hold on. I love the chords in the intro. Lol. You did very well there in this is a good example, people, for what to do before you drop. Like, the temptation is to be like have everything and then you go into the drop, but you cut out the bass drum roll to give a bit of space so that when it drops there's an impact. And like, some things you can do, like Sub Focus, I've noticed he has like a snare roll and he will actually turn the volume down progressively as it approaches the impact, and also pitch it down so it goes a little bit and just drifts away. That's one way. I've never done that, and I'm going to try that when a tune is right that I'm doing. Another thing people will do is you can still go in all bells and whistles, but you progressively remove as much bass as you can so that when it drops, you've got the bass and the impact. This one here is a combination of all of the above, but there's like a break before the stuff drops in. So those are all good things to do if you've got a tune where you want an impactful kind of drop thing, you need to allow you need to allow like a bit of space for that. So either if it's just rolling off all the low end, so when the bass comes in, you got hit with something, or cutting everything for a bar before it hits. There you go. So yeah. Because I thought that bass was going to keep going. So, yeah. Big snare.
Rewind, we come back.
Is that the same snare as the beginning? No, it's not. Okay.
Rewind, we come back.
Yeah, I don't think you could get away with that first snare all the way through. That's interesting, Thistle, yeah.
Rewind, we come back.
Bearded Gamer says, I hope the vocals come back. There we go, there we are. They are delicious. Those chords, they're lovely, really nice. Got the swooshes and booms in there. I love those chords, they're just so good. This, if anything, Conclave's talking about the snare. I kind of feel like the snares kind of stand out a bit too much for me. Like that one. It's a really
Rewind,
good,
we come back.
mad banging snare. The snare, like, it is lacking a bit of the like 200 hertz in it, but sometimes you add that and it sounds weird. So I don't know. And like there, where it continues through, I'd edit it out there.
Rewind, we come back.
I think this. I'm not like hugely into this one, like compared to the other one. I absolutely love those choirs. The drums are like really crisp and pokey and everything. I love that first snare and the edit. The second snare is maybe it's just a bit loud in the mix or something, or how it sits with everything else. But I'm not as hugely into this as some of your other stuff, Entropy. And all the Reeses and everything sound a bit more kind of bit disjointed compared to other stuff you've done. It's hard to put my finger on it, really. This is one of those ones where the tune sounds great, sounds cool, everything, nothing's breaking any rules or anything, but there's a few bits that are weirding me out a little bit. I think like maybe snares being a bit loud and sticking out a bit in a funny way, and sort of the resampled Reese things, and not like doing it for me the way other stuff of yours does. Like that's all. I can't really explain it. But you said it's a first pass anyway. I love that first snare that you've got there. In the sort of switch bit, that's like really fucking wicked. The second snare is more suited to the role it plays in that part, but it's a bit sort of drum machine-y kind of. So I don't really know what to recommend on that. Like, it's not really my kind of tune. So if I gave you a whole list of things I thought of to change it or whatever, it still probably wouldn't be my kind of tune at the end of it. So I won't go on and on about it. But the chords, those choirs are fucking mad. I really love them. They're awesome. And like mix is good. Balance is great. Bass, drums, you got all the elements and things. So really, really good standard of tune there for sure. So big up to the mighty Entropy. Thank you very much. Thank you. All right. Another Gav one. Okay. Yep, cool. Is Gav still here? Yep. Thank you very much, Entropy. Thanks for your tunes. Always love hearing your work. And well done for getting stuff signed to Hybrid's label. What is Hybrid's label? Isn't it just like Hybrid Presents or something? Or but I always check for his stuff. I always like it. Always releases good tunes, so that's good. I think that's a good home as well. Gav is here in the chat. Nice one. Audio Addict. Ah, that's the one. Yep. All right. So yeah, chat really like that. Deep in the Jungle is him as well. Ah, all right. That explains, because they're good. Hello there, She Wench in the chat. Thistle. There was some discussion earlier about break. How when we were talking about the lead up to drops and stuff. Thistle said, I think everyone just agreed that Break's new album is amazing, which I 100% agree with. Oh, that's right. Said, I noticed consistently on the Break LP that on any drum roll, like leading up to a drop, he pulls a very subtle high pass slope so that the kick slopes from 100 hertz up to 300, and almost every tune, anything below 100 hertz before the drop is just vacant. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. And like his stuff is very clinical, and that's best practice, really. You got to before a drop, if you have an impactful drop in a tune and you've got lots of stuff going on, a super like simple thing to do to help your drop have more weight is just make sure that you roll off all the bass below like 100 hertz or even higher just before it all hits in, and you can just apply that filter to everything. That's great. And I'm not surprised if you've listened to every track on the new Break album and he does something similar. That shows he's doing it right and he knows what's up. And he does. Like, his new album is so crisp. Like, it's musically really, really, really cool. All this, even though he's got his sound, it still sounds very varied. The mixes are just like mwah, and it's just really, really cool. I loved listening to that, and it'll be on my playlist for like home listening stuff a lot now as well. So Gav says this one of mine might be a bit of a contrast from Entropy stuff. All right, is this has activating drum and bass protocols, hold tight the robot crew. This is my attempt at making something similar to Metric's Hackers. Well, it started out that way. All right, cool. Let's see what you got. Gav, show me what you got.
Show me what you got.
Oh yeah.
Initializing protocol buffers.
This is good because I've recommended this a lot for those of you that are more beginners and are trying to find your feet with tunes. Try and kind of copy something that you like. Find a drum and bass tune that you know you really, really like and try and copy it. You'll soon find it's very fucking hard to do that, and how to like get the sounds right and get it as loud and crisp and get your bass sounding as heavy. And Hackers is an absolute monster. Like,
engaged. Protocols.
but so it's like a similar vibe, just your own approach, and it helps you get an eye on arrangements. This is good because it's kind of, it's derivative, but it's noticeably different. Yeah, the plucks are nice, they fit in.
Protocols.
I think I'd a bit more low end on the bass, a bit less reverb on the bass. You got some cowbell? More cowbell? There's a cowbell in that.
Guess what? I got a fever. And the only prescription
more cowbell. There's enough
is more cowbell.
There's a lot of cowbell.
Warning. Too much bass in sequence. Dropping to breakdown.
Breakdown initialized.
Yeah, so Thistle, I agree with Thistle here.
To nominal levels.
She says, I think the main bit I can give here with this kind of dance floor stuff is you always want to go harder on the side chain and feels comfortable. Yeah, you really want to get that, like get the bass pumping. I'd ramp up the distortion on your bass here. I'd get your guitar out too and chug along with what the bass is doing.
Warning.
Have a much tighter, drier bass.
System overload.
Initiating bass protocols.
And really give it a good bit of pumping side chain off the kick and the snare and stuff.
Hold on to your butts.
Hold on to your butts.
Protocols.
You need the snare low fundamental to be strong, says Conclave. Yeah.
Protocols.
Bring the bass stabs a bit closer to the center, says Thistle. Yes, that's a very good tip. Yep. Those. They're a bit too wide. They should be like slap bang in the middle, really. And they could. All of your bass sounds could be a bit more grimy. Like if you're modelling this on Hackers. If you're modelling this on Hackers by Metric, the reason that one of the many reasons that Hackers is an epic big tune is the power of that main lead. The if you look at that sound, it covers so much of the spectrum. It just fills it all in. Sort of the tune is basically a kick and a snare and a bit of tops, and this like ruthlessly loud sort of sound that's kind of bass and lead and everything. So what you've got here is a more like pure nice synth thing. I reckon if you put chugging guitars playing the same pattern, that would be really cool, and it just adds that sort of hybrid vibe to it. So that's yeah, really good. So suggestions, slightly drier bass, distort the bass a bit more, definitely play guitar playing the same pattern on the bass, try and have the accent part of the bass more in the center than as wide as it is. Those are the sort of standout things I'd think. I Lennart says Metric made a tutorial on Hackers that's on YouTube for anyone interested. I think I've watched that. Yes. And I think I remember him saying like about the bass as well, how it's just sort of I mean, it's obviously key to the success of the tune. It's just that sound is the character. It's the thing. It's a bit like Fatso as well, that tune of his, although there's more elements going on in that, but it's basically one sound that's kind of a lead and a bass sort of that just dominates everything, and it's a catchy riff as well, and then everything else is just giving it the room to do its thing and having like impeccable mixing of it all and getting your fills and ups and downs and everything in the right place. Thistle says, oh, and one other bit, this kind of dance floor stuff sounds really simple, but it's actually really hard to get right, and you're going to go through feeling underwhelmed with what you're making till you get it balanced, pumping and rolling all in tandem. Yeah, oh, for sure. Yeah, I mean, as soon as that is why it's quite good practice to try like this, to try and I call it like, modelling on a successful track, because modern jump up is a classic example. Like, people will look down their noses at it and say, oh, it's just for the kids, and oh, it's easy to make. People said that about old jump up, and would be all aloof and be like, oh, I make serious music and jump up's shit, and anyone can make it and all that. Like, give it a try. If you can make it, and then okay, then maybe you can say that kind of stuff. But there is an art to all of this, and it is difficult, and it requires a lot of skill and technique and things. Even if something sounds simple, it doesn't necessarily mean it was simple to make it, and you can't just crack out a simple kick and a snare and a simple random bass and expect to suddenly have success. To get something really, really good is really, really hard. And it's a very good way to learn a lot very quickly, trying to sort of copy something. And you'll see, and watching track breakdown videos and things as well is a good example. You see how much goes into something a tune that you may have always thought was a bit simple and anyone could do that, and you realise no, that's not the case. And there's a lot of thought in it, and a lot of special sort of tricks that people have developed that you might not have thought of, and secret sauce that makes the difference between just a sort of bog standard attempt at jump up or whatever, and like a real like smasher. So good stuff there, Gav. I have no idea where it isn't as loud as others. There's obviously something on your master chain that's making stuff quieter. Yeah, maybe. Well, I mean, it's you don't have to. It's not loudness wars here, and I mean, a lot of these are work in progress, pre-master kind of things, aren't they? So it's it doesn't matter. I can always turn things. If you think something is sounding a bit too quiet, let me know, and I can just turn the dial up here a bit. I just have to remember to turn it down on the ones that come after if they're louder. Korak says, and you have to keep current too. Techniques change and make it harder. Yes, yes. You think you've nailed it, and then the goalposts change because someone's. It was a bit like that back in the day, and everyone like. I remember there was a moment when everyone clocked on. There was a thing called a TC finalizer. There was really quite an expensive bit of kit, and it was basically a sort of, you know, in a box master chain thing, just sort of multi-band compressor limiter or something, and us being sort of untrained junglists would just be like, whoa, yeah, and like put your tune through it, and it suddenly sounds so much louder, but it not done by a trained mastering engineer, professional louder. It was just like, it's the equivalent of just like slapping a massive fucking compressor on at the end and be like, yeah, it sounds wicked, which it would. Like if your tune was very simple and raw, like a lot of music back then was, you could probably just wing it and whack it through a TC finalizer and get away with it. But it was a funny era when there's suddenly this change, and you take something to go and get mastered, and like, the fuck have you done here? This is like mad. So She Wench is saying a lot of random stuff in the chat that I don't understand. Make it louder. Make it louder. Yes. Lots of useful feedback from Thistle here in the chat as well. Make sure you do give Thistle a follow. There's lots of streams on Thistle's channel, doing production stuff and advice and all that as well. It's not just me. So anyway, thank you very much, Gav. Thank you for sending us your tunes, and also thanks for giving me some excellent guitar business that we've used on my Doom track that we were working on this week. Nice. Fire Biscuit says, I loved Wing It and Whack It as a kid. Gav says that was exported using your master chain, which is isotope ozone, then a limiter, so you're not sure. Well, I mean, maybe you could push it more. The other thing is, like, the simpler a track is, you can push your mastering stuff a bit further, usually. So give it a bash. Like I usually push it until I can kind of hear it fucking up, and then pull it back a bit, and just keep going. Right, anyway, next one. We're on the demos. Checking out demos. Demos. One, two, three. We've got a lot of tunes to get through. Okay. Yeah, I've done the intro. I'll do the intro at the beginning because I do my intros at the beginning so that I can just chop off the beginning of the stream and then get into it, because I don't think YouTube people want to watch the first 15 minutes of the stream while I drink my coffee and chat to you about random music stuff. They're here for the demo feedback and expert drum and bass side chaining advice. Subclass is back just in time. Oh, are you coming up after this? We're on to Ilenarty and Salvage. Subclass, yep, you're up in a little bit. Okie dokie. Right. Okay, let's get this lined up. Nice. Double intro. Hit the bell icon. Smash the subscribe. Do a comment for the algorithm. Alright. So, this one is by Yunul. Hope I'm pronouncing that right. It's called Horizons. Don't tell LTJ Bookham. I won't if you won't. Sounding nice so far? That's quite severe processing on the vocal there. Oh, this is shaping up nicely. Piano could be louder. Oh, wow. This is some quality, isn't it? Very wide. Very, very wide. We've got Lennart in the chat. Conclave's in with the bouncing to mono. He's the mono police. Conclave, mono police. Always on patrol. Yeah, I can imagine this is such a wide track that I can really... I am not surprised at all that when Conclave says if you bounce to like mono and listen to this in mono, there's some weird phasey shit going on. And it is really important because if stuff's in all weird phase like that and you put it in mono, it just sort of cancels itself out and becomes all silent in the club. You know, you'll like lose all your vocals and shit. So it's the Mono Police. Hello, Fiona Applebottom. How you doing? If you're new to the channel and you like it, give us a follow. Come back another time. We'll be good. Brady as well jumped in the chat and said, finally got a chance to watch the feedback videos on YouTube for some other tunes I sent. Thank you for the suggestions and I'm glad you like them. Lovely. Cool. You're very welcome and thanks for sending the tunes in. So this sounds really professional. Really like it. My concerns are the stereo is super fucking wide, which is a bit edgy. The vocal is really weird and wide and like really phasey, flangey, something or other's going on it. I see you said in the chat that like it was a sample. Like, did the sample come with all of those effects on it so you can't get rid of them, or did you add them? Some distortion going on here on, I think, on your limiter. Can you hear that on the right? Like on the filter. Who's aiming for the white sound? Okay, cool. Wide is, you know, good as long as you're not going to be phasey. The main riff is wicked, love it. Drums are cool. I think the snare could do with a bit of reinforcement in the low end. Like, the drums sound wicked. It's a perfect pattern, perfect choice of break and everything. The snares, like, I don't think the top part sounds great, but I think it needs a bit of guts to it somehow. I don't know how you can do that without ruining it, but I'd have a bash at that. Maybe just stick like another sort of rim shotty clap kind of thing underneath with a bit more 200 hertz-ish. Strings sound a bit loud. I think someone mentioned that before. The main riff is really good. It goes really well with the vocal. But I think the strings need to go down. They're a bit too dominating. And the bass, you need a bit more subs. Turn the subs up a bit. There's a hooray, there's a haze on the horizon, babe. Babe. I don't think the piano sounds too good on its own. It sounds good in the mix, but it sounds a bit too like a soft synth piano at the end there, like that. I like what you did with the reversey thing there, that was cool. Yeah. I thought the piano could be louder in the build-up here. I like that. Ooh. I don't know. Yeah, so Thistle says swap the piano out for Lab's piano. I don't know if the piano is just a sample you've lifted from somewhere or if you've played it. If you have played it, I'd look into changing for a different, piano soft synth. If you can do that, I think that would be cool. And the other thing you can do is the old liquid. I've never tried doing this much, but you could do the old liquid piano trick of sort of resampling the piano and with some reverb and then reversing it and putting some reversey notes in to kind of give it a bit more of that sort of lens. I can't think of who does it, like Lensman. There's lots of good liquid people that have a little knack of adding in some reversey piano bits along with it, and that would help make it sound a bit more drum and bassy rather than just like MIDI piano playing. But I really like that. It sounds fucking great. Everything goes together great. Really good energy. Bass line's nice. I think I'd boost the subs a bit on the lows. I'd try and reinforce your snare a little bit. Maybe dial in a bit of the super wideness and cherry pick which things you want to be super wide. Try changing the piano for just a different piano. The notes it's playing, the chords is bang on, and all the music stuff is good. Nothing's clashing, because there's been a few tunes today where there's some key clashes and everything, so you're spot on with that. And I felt like the live strings are a bit too loud in the mix, so you could bring them down. And it felt a bit like there's a little bit of a gap in the mix in the low middle thing. Like you've got high vocals, high strings, high-ish piano, and then subs. So maybe a warmer pad occasionally to give you some guts into it a bit. It might mush it up. So I don't know, but something to look at perhaps if you want me to make your life difficult and suggest annoying extra shit to do. But if you did like two things to it, I'd reinforce the snare a bit with a bit more low stuff, turn the bass up a little bit, and turn the strings down a little bit. Arrangements bang on to me. And have a little look at the piano. But you're well on the way there. That's wicked. Really good tune. Like that a lot. Give you a whee. You can have a horse. You haven't had a horse in a while. Yeehaw! We got another one as well from Lenarti. Let's see. Oh, I like the sound of that. Oh, all right. It was the Mono Police. They were on patrol. No one was safe. Need a vocalist for this one, says Lennart. Okay. That's very nice. Very good lead in to a dramatic stop. I'm not a huge fan of that synth that's on the top, the sustained one. Hey! Decent drums. The bass is a bit disjointed, the bass pattern. I know it's like avoiding the kick, my issues with this is a perfectly nice tune. I'm just trying to be helpful. The main lead synth on there is just a bit mad and a bit noodly, and I just can't imagine. It's just I don't know. You have to just say to yourself, would somebody play this at a festival or whatever? Like, and if not, why not? What's I guess it's got a retro wave vibe to it a little bit, but some of it's just a bit off. Like I love the drop to the sort of the break thingy, and then when it drops in, everything's all right. But like that main synth on the top just sounds a bit too, just sort of out of place, and like the tune is a bit like noodling around. Like it's not particularly memorable, mate. It's hard. Drums is like, because you got that like. Got two competing, quite preset-y, long sustained synths on the top there. If they were quieter and you had a nice vocal, then it might transform it. So with a vocal, it could really help, for sure. But as is, the lead being that. Also, the tops just carrying on there like that. At least sort of filter them down or something. That would help. Good to hear some swooshes and booms. Good build up. I like the filter on the arpeggios there. Coming up. The low end a boost as well, like needs a bit more low bass. I think the breakdown here is a bit too long, really. Like if you're doing a big epic long breakdown, you've got to follow it up with something special if you're gonna like go that way. Like those toms. I love the little edit. The top line's growing on me, but that bit, the second half doesn't make sense to me musically. I like the first half of that riff, but not the second half. Yeah, so it'd be interesting to hear that with a vocal. I think the main riff is growing on me. The first half of it is quite catchy, but the second half, I've been there too. Like it's hard to sort of tie it all together. I think the counter melody thing that you've got, that's like another high synth, sort of gets in the way. So I'd sort of look at working on that, really. I really like the bit, this here where it breaks down. That's really nice, and it's a really nice, more organic sort of chord thing. And I love this little that's really cool. Yeah, I'm singing along, right? That might work better, like I'll try again. So, like, I try something like that, or derivative of that, maybe. That's my stupid idea, only trying to help. So yes, thank you very much for that one. That was Yunel, song's called Unknown. I guess it's still a work in progress. That was Lenarty, good, happy, positive vibe on that. I like it, but there's a few things I'm not too keen on if it was down to me. Tweak the melody, I reckon, would be the main give it a bash if you're looking for things to try out on it. And adding a nice vocal might help as well. There's elements of the bass is a bit too side chainy and it sounds a bit random in points, but and there's a bit of like mix issues and stuff, but I think the kick and the snare you've got there can work, and the hi-hats and everything, but like balancing the levels a little bit. But good tune, Nat, good tune. Thank you. Oh no, we got a triplet tune. Oh, what are you doing to me? Salvage, Shadray and Salvage. She-Wolf Final version 1, version 6. Not the version 1, it's the 6th version. Alright. Any recommendations for where you can find good vocalists? Oh god. Yeah, I don't know. Mates, local bands, Fiverr. You can Fiverr's a good place to start. Maybe try and sing it yourself. I try and sing it myself sometimes. At least then you can use that as a demo while you're sort of working out what you want the top line to be. So this is Shadray and Salvage. She-Wolf. It's a trip. He said it's triplets. I'm not a huge fan of triplets, so let's see. This always freaks me out as well because the picture's his face. I'm sitting here listening to it, but I'm looking at the cover art and it's just him looking at me going, "So do you like my song, John?" I don't know yet. What do you think, John? Do you like it? Stop looking at me that way. Diligent Finger says, I bet it's got a rubbish snare. I'm sure it hasn't, and even if it has, it can be fixed. Sounding really nice to me so far. I like that string.
A lonely beast forever stalking the battlefield. She's the beast.
She's the beast. Oh, okay. Have we got a Salvage here in the chat? This is cool. It's developing well, as it should. The bass sounds a bit distant, like, because it's got a bit of room reverb on it. It's snare's good. Snare sounds good to me.
She's the beast of beasts.
She's the beast of beasts. Is this a song about the dog that we're looking after? Lara. She's a small fluff ball, but if you cross her, you will regret it. He's on holiday. Is Salvage on holiday? Okay. Well, you can watch this back on YouTube. I like that when it went to dry. I like this, how it's cut down. I think that synth part could be a bit louder. Like there's some balancing issues on the relative levels, maybe. Snare's good. Snare works. Half the battle.
Forever stalking the battlefield. She's the beast.
Is he your mate or something, Conclave? You've been quite sarcastic here in the chat. I like it. It sounds cool. It's got a unique vibe to it. Ah, it's Diligent Fingers, mate. Cool. Well, a friend of a friend, alright. We're all friends here anyway, all Twitch crew. I can't really think of anything. I mean, it's not my kind of tune. Only thing I can think of is I like the main bass that I like. It sounds slightly distant because it's got a bit of reverb on it. I feel like it should be more drier and up front. and should have more low end boost on it. Like add a sub that's louder, doing the same notes, or just boost the low end on the EQ on that sound. I like reverb on that the edit, and you could even like automate that so it goes a bit. That would be quite cool, quite militant. That, yeah, you've done it there, okay. The 909 hat comes in at the right time and it's perfect. Hello, Dr. Sobol. Yeah. I was just... That's good. I'm glad I didn't have to sit there, like, not liking that too much, looking at Salvage's beautiful face. So, yeah, that was cool. I had a sort of, you know, a bit of an industrial EBM vibe about the bass and all of that. Not a lot I can suggest from my side if you're looking for me to make suggestions. Really, like, you know, there's lots of little random things you can tweak away on it, but main one for me was add more subs to the bass, either by EQing it or adding an actual sub that as long as it's not phase cancelling shit. And it felt like some of those sort of percussive bass sounds were a bit room reverby, so I think making it more dry for the bulk part, so it's a bit more in your face, would be good. But then on the edits, automating a bit of reverb and opening, there's already some extra filtery stuff going on those edits, but I think that would be cool. Booze in the chat was saying he was thinking the dry was too dry. Interesting. But he's saying go with me. I don't know, I'm not saying I'm right or anything. It's just sort of usually it's like I'd like to see how that goes, you know, give it a try. It might sound shit, it might not. Yeah. The picture on the artwork is Danny, who is Shadray. Okay, it's not Salvage. Okay. Shadray's looking at me with his beautiful face. Cool, yeah, really like that one. Big up. They're on holiday, so have a lovely holiday, Shadray and Salvage. Thank you very much. Good tune, that. Really good varied selection today. Been some really cool tunes. I think I'm going to take a quick stand up and have a stretch break. I don't need the toilet or anything, but I'll just go and check on Magda and stretch my body a bit, because I've been sat here for 4 hours now, and like I'd like to do a bit more, but I don't want to like kill myself in the process. So I'll be back. I'll do a run and ad, and I'll go and stretch about myself for a few minutes, and I'll be back within like 4 minutes or something. Okay, see you in a second.
Hold your fire, 'cause it's a white. I gotta get that gas and a laser high. Hold your fire, 'cause it's a white. I'm gonna play escape from Dark Cover every night. I say the ammo, please. I don't want to die. I need to.
We're no strangers to love. You know the rules and it's all to one. A full commitment's what I'm thinking of. You wouldn't get this from any other guy.
Hold tight to Tarkov Massive. Saluta. Big up the Lighthouse crew. Each and every time bringing up the Tarkov Massive inside the place. Yes, yes.
Stepping into Tarkov is the MC like keeper. Murking all the traders just like the Grim Reaper. Lyrics cut you up so much you need a Saliwa. Don't know who I am, or you should go ask Nikita. Selling all electricals at uni top tier. Military technicals, nobody is cheaper. When you need computer parts, you come to see me. Keeping all your money, now the wife is getting near. Stepping into Tarkov is the MC like keeper. Shouting hold your fire just like the John B. Checking me at Lighthouse, I'm the #1 dealer. Insurance too expensive, now you got to give here. Living on a lighthouse in an island on the sea. Sell my secret life straight, gonna get a harmonila. If you're not a scout, then you are PMC. Big up all of them team in the BSG. I got a fever. inertia, then you must be live stream. Scaring off the traders and deactivate the flea. Big up all the scaffolds and worry, come cheek a break. MC like keeper lyrics coming in your ear. Running out of fuel, you better get an idea. Lighthouse looking hot, you're gonna get your on a fever. Reading all the patch notes, it's my favorite time of year. I got a fever, I got a fever.
Hold tight to Tarkov Massive. Saluta.
I got a fever, I got a fever.
Look at the Lighthouse crew. Each and every time we get up the Tarkov Massive inside a place. Yes, yes. Absolutely, we care, we care, we care, we care.
Sorry. Yes, I'm filming this in 2.4.
Doing a stretch.
Today.
Doing a stretch. Give me a minute.
Oh my gosh. Who wants the rewind?
Ich mag gerne deutsche Mädchen.
Alright, we're back. I did a stretch. I gave Lara a pat. That would be hilarious to sit Lara in the chair. Just for a second, like for a screenshot or something. Right. I need a pets channel. Yeah, we should put a pets channel in the Discord as well. It's going to be full of stuff. Oh, yeah, we got gardening corner and all that. Lots of good stuff in there. Right, we're back. How long are we going? Split screen. Okay, I've switched it to like my transition there. It's a bit cartoony, that one, but I made it, so I'll use it. So we're 4 hours 15 minutes in. I've talked to Magda. She'd like to go out to stretch her legs in a bit. She wants to go to Waitrose to buy a bottle of wine, and we need to take the dog for a walk and everything. So I'm going to keep going. At least I want to sort of try and do 5 hours ish today or something. I thought that was what I set as a sort of a reasonable amount of time. So we can certainly get through a few more here for sure. Right, so we've got Subclass here, who is in the chat. I think I saw you earlier. Let's get this lined up. There must be a better way for me to have them all in position, but I'm sure you don't mind. Right. So here we go. Subclass Allegiance. First tune on my new PC. I can now run more than one instance of Arturia Pigments without it creaking. This is a bit of a one-note banger. I hope you like it as much as I do. Hashtag dark. All right. Let's see. It's just Pepsi commercials in the background. I really thought my visuals had a bit more going on than Pepsi commercials. It's meant to just be like random retrowave stuff, but whenever I look, it's Pepsi. You're here, Subclass is here, great, okay, good. Oh, nice solid bass there. Pretty Pepsi intensive. I wonder if it's re-triggering the visual every time and that's why it looks like the same, which I can fix. I haven't noticed that. It is a bit of a one-note wonder, isn't it? Really nice stompy kick though. Wow, wow, wow. This one's a stepper. Yeah, it's sort of hypnotic stepper kind of groove, this, isn't it? Oh, cool little edit. already, but I'll give it a little bit more welly. Thanks, Sean. What's with all the Pepsi? Honestly. I'm still clear. Okay, good. In the clear. We'd take this. Booze Not Booze in the chat says, I would take this tune over Pepsi any day. Me too. The what makes me think of a didgeridoo. You can stick a bit of a didgeridoo in this. That might be an interesting, like, organic addition to what you got going on already. Oh, there we go. The visuals are not all Pepsi. Yeah, Pepsi. Anyway, Pepsi wants to sponsor me. They're getting free sponsorship, aren't they? I like that one there. Really good kick. I think you could turn the snare up a tiny smidgen maybe and give it a tiny bit more tops. Simple but effective is comment in the chat. Yeah, nice ear candy, says Curly Roller. The Eternal Salt says yes. Modal says nice. Sean Nice has 3 dancing emojis. I think the Loft Crew likes it. I think it'd be good.
You can practically hear every nuance of every instrument. It's an epic meditation on intangibility. At the same time, it deepens and enriches the meaning of the preceding 3 hours. It is one of the best, most powerful songs ever written. Its universal message crosses all boundaries and instills one with the hope that it's not too late to better ourselves. It's impossible in this world we live in to empathize with others. We can always empathize with ourselves. It's an important message.
Yes, exactly. Cool. Yeah, good tune there. Thank you very much, Subclass. Really like that. I think we all like that. Just a nice stepper, nice and simple. Does what it says on the tin. Nothing jumped out at me as like there's not a lot of helpful stuff I can really say about that. Mix was pretty much as good as it could be. Maybe boost the snare up a tiny bit, but in terms of mix down, everything was all right, really. Good work, good work. Thank you very much, Subclass. Whee! It would go well with a video of cars jumping with a jumping suspension, says Booze Not Booze in the chat. Yes, it would. That would be quite good, just with the hypnotism. Aha! Here we go. This is Astalok, who is lurking today, but also doing some DIY. So hopefully he knows we're onto his tune now. Next arrangement, mix version. Biggest problem at the moment is the build-up. I should add something. I added the 8th note bass line filtered, but sounds a bit annoying. Edit, the intro hats are off and the intro pad automation needs fixing. Alright, cool. So, DIY has been done for the day. The DIY has been done for the day. It is now time to celebrate the electronic sounds of the interrupter. The song is called Close to You. And we are now in the future. Oh no, you got a yawn. Oh, it means I like it, it means I like it. I swear. It does, because I do like it. Lovely keys. So this is a demo. Yeah, it's a good... This is like synthwave drum and bass, isn't it? The drums. Boom. That bass is really good. I can't remember what the previous version was like, but the drums and the bass work so much better together now. Yeah, you got the cowbell in there. Nice. I heard that. Aerobics. Yeah, I should do a stretch. Getting my stretches in. Oh, pitched cowbells, beautiful. That bass is brilliant. Nice arpeggios. Really nice key change. Yeah, the lead line is really buried. I think it needs something more weighty behind it. Like the choice of... It's a nice sound, but I don't think it's the right sound. Sax! Yeah! Yes, come on. Lovely guitar. Brilliant, like ramping out there.
Oh my gosh. Big tune. Hold tight all the junglers inside the ride.
Yeah. Wow. Well, that's brilliant. I love the vibe of that. I mean, this is still like early days, isn't it? Sort of, there's so much going on. It reminds me a lot of like Music of Mine that I'm working on, where there's so much. It feels like there's so much potential and everything, but like the more busy it gets, the more complicated it is, and the more hard work it is to get it right. I love all the musical elements, the chords, the key changes are great. The key drum and bass pattern and that really like nice chunky bass 16th notes thing is spot on. I'm not the stab thingies. Do you play guitar as well, Asterlock? Like, I feel like where there's those stabs in this bit, you've got some electric guitar in the back, but I feel like it's a bit too stabby, and you could have something that made them a bit longer. The saxes from 5 of the guitars are yours, yeah. It's so hard to sort of put my finger on some things here. I think the main thing is the lead, brilliant notes and everything, but it's definitely too quiet, the lead sound, and I would definitely reinforce the lead sound with like another nice, maybe less belly kind of lead, sort of with an attack, but a nice sort of decay. Can't think of a good example, but I'd keep the bell sound in there, but I'd reinforce it with another good pure synth lead kind of thing. Because you can't really hear that main lead line. That's the main one. I love the groove. Everything fits together so beautifully. It's so good. Such wicked energy. Because there's so much going on. Like, some of it sounds a bit wet. Like there's quite a lot of reverb. But it's hard to... If you could sort of dial some of it in a bit so there's a bit more like chunkiness to this sort of percussive nature of it all, that might help. Kick and snare are spot on. The key changes and all that is so good. I love the cowbell that popped in there. Hello Chakra DNB bro, thanks for the follow. I love the descending arpeggios. That bit's wicked. I love that. Those cowbells are fantastic. It's definitely a hard work here, hard to mix. Or it feels like it is. It may not be. Are you going to put any vocals in it? Any spoken word bits and bobs? I reckon on those stabs there, I reckon if you could make more of the guitar, like, so it's sort of a bit longer, like, wow, I can hear the guitar sneaking out and I like it, and I would just like the guitar to kind of be louder and the notes to last a bit longer, if you know what I mean. And the mixing of the saxophone, I kind of feel like I'd bring the saxophone solo in right when, like, there's some elements of the arrange here I would tweak, but I'd probably deal with that after I'd got the mix a bit more. The first thing I'd look at is that lead and like try and reinforce it with like something else. I've already said that. Arrangement wise, I think there's a few bits you could like shorten the track a bit, like cut out some of the fat, maybe this area leading up to the breakdown, and then let's just listen again. I kind of feel like you should come in with a saxophone solo immediately after this bit. Oh, hang on. Saxophone, yeah. I'd say bring the saxophone in here and not wait. So it'll be helpful because you'll chop it down to a more manageable length. Because like 4 minutes or even 3:30, there's no need to like make something much longer than that at the moment. So I'd try and trim the length down a bit as as a thing. But yeah, definitely I'd move the saxophone solo up a bit there. That's a key pointer. And then just sort of, you know, the old mix down tweak stuff. Maybe a bit more reverb on the saxophone or something to give it a bit more sheen. Those are all, I'm just sort of chatting as I listen to. I absolutely love it. It's amazing, and that's why I'm sort of umming and ahhing about things. I'm trying to put my finger on what I can advise that I think might improve it. But I mean, I know it's still a work in progress. But that's fucking so good. Like, it's I love synthwave and I love drum and bass, and I'm not good enough at the musical side of what's required to do really authentic synthwave, all those really cool jazz chord changes and everything like that. That's kind of why I lean more towards the sort of electro-y 80s-y side of it than like the full-on synthwave. So this is like really impressive, really, really cool. And like, you're absolutely nailing it with a good 16-note gutsy bass, good like weighty drums. Still works in a drum and bass club situation, at least for my sets. I would happily play this and party out. I'm not sure Andy C would play it, but I would. It's heavy enough to play in a club, but it also fits perfectly into like synthwave aesthetic. So top marks, big up. I think I already did you a certified banger. Give you an applause. I'd definitely like to hear that if you work on it some more. Aslok says, I can quite easily just literally remove the first two passes of the main chord parts and go to instant to solos. Nice. Thank you. Keep working on it. Throw me a link. Yes, please do. You got me DMs. I'm up for checking it out and giving you my thoughts and all that. Like, if you get that one over the line, like, I'd eat that up for beta as well to release on my label. Like, you know, I haven't sent you the contract yet, but I'm already taking the first one, that's for sure. So we could just keep doing follow-ups as long as you like. If you can keep churning them out to that standard, I'm all over it, mate. So that's wicked, mate. Thank you very, very much. Right, next one we have here, Matching Atrix. Oh, I saw somebody asking, was it Shaka DNB Bro says, is it fine if it's an Audio Mac link? I don't know what Audio Mac is. If you're submitting demos, it really just helps for it to be SoundCloud, because I know how it works. The website works. The links show up in the Discord, all right. So, yeah. Right, so this is Adam's Love, Work in Progress by Machinatrix. You're here, great. Bit slower. This is more of a like lounge vibes from a bass, isn't it? Oh, I like that vocal. Are the vocals original or are they sample packy? I don't know if I can manage 9 tunes, Conclave. I'm starting to lag. I think when about 21 minutes, because when I get a bit laggy, I don't feel like I'm listening well enough. First looked at the image, because I just looked at it for a second, I was like, oh, it looks like Sigourney Weaver from Alien, where she's turning her face away from the alien and it's going but it's actually not. It's just like somebody just sort of closing their eyes, being chilled. I'm not the first one to say that. Okay, good. It's just, I guess, like combination of the lighting and the pose, right? Oh, that sounds like a Korg piano. Reminds me of my Korg 1WFD piano. This is really nice. It's not my kind of drum and bass, like it's too slow for what I would play in my sets, but this is, you know, very nice, organic, sort of ninja tune. Sort of makes me think of like coffee shops in Vienna, or, you know, a distinguished fashion TV, like playing in the background on a fashion show. Or you know, nice hotel lobby bar in the background. Fits perfectly in with that kind of stuff. For the sort of the world that it inhabits and it's sort of its vibe. Like, I haven't got anything to suggest. It sounds great, complete as it is. Maintains interest throughout. Like, things change, come in, go out. All the sounds are nice. I like the organic sample nature of the piano, and the vocals are all dreamy with the extra reverb, and the drums sound like very sampled, breaksy, but just simple. Just just tastefully done, really. I like that. That's really, really nice. I'd happily have that on in the background around the house, just chilling. Really, really good work there. So that's Machinatrix, Adam's Love. It's a work in progress. So if you were, I think, it sounds, as it is, like, you don't need to change anything. You could add a bit more subs to it. The bass is lacking, like the low lows, but who cares? Drums are a little bit reverby, but it fits. So if you make them too dry, then they'd stick out too much. The piano line's lovely. Like, it all just fits together, cool. Perfect, you know, have that on in the background when you're sitting looking at some palm trees, having a cup of tea on the beach. Absolutely bang on there, bang on. So well done. That's Machinatrix or Machinatrix. Adam's Love. Lovely. Great work. Lovely. It's so nice that there's such a varied sort of selection of tunes that everyone here is doing. I'm glad that sort of we have a community here that's not all like, you know, tunnel vision into sort of one subgenre of drum and bass. I guess it's kind of because sort of it's my channel and I'm sort of openly into a bit of everything. So I'm glad I've attracted all of you that are all making all kinds of drum and bass, and it's all stuff I like as well, and it's all very good. So that's really, really good. It's really nice to hear all these varied, lovely bits of interesting drum and bass. So thank you very, very much. Like that one. So we have Thistle here. It says, looking for feedback from the community and chat as well as myself. I know you've heard an earlier version of this, but some live feedback from everyone would help me push this over the finish line, I think. Cool. Yes, I know this one. I like this. So this is Precious Things demo number 5 from Thistle, who is here in the chat right now. Also, big time Twitch streamer, so give her a follow. And this is you singing, isn't it? Sounding great so far. This is Thistle on vocals as well as production. It's always good if you're a good singer. You can sing on your own songs. Means you can get the vocals exactly how you want them. I love those sustained chords. Prime Dark just finished a workout. I got a health notification for those of you interested in how our mods are doing. Yeah, I really like the wide space of that. Great. Really nice. I'm going to turn it up a bit. Good double tracking on the vocals as well there, or more than double. I think you could nudge the subs up a little bit. I think the bass could go up a little bit, like maybe 1-2 dB. Sounds lovely and wide, but not in a weird psychoacoustic way. Everyone likes it. Aslock says huge tune, love this. Curly Roller says yes, great drop. Wizard says it feels a bit wide. CB Radio says it's a win-win. Everyone's benefiting from good feedback. Okay. Postbox Geek, yo mate. I don't want to interrupt this lovely tune, but thank you Postbox Geek for 33 months. Beautiful vocals, absolutely beautiful. And the reverb you've got on them is just perfect. I think you could turn up the drum edit there, the drum roll could be a bit louder in the mix so you can hear it better. Good to hear at CB Radio. It says loves drum and bass but doesn't make any, but it's great to hear the demos and see the workflows. Yeah, good driving, even though it's chilled liquid, it pushes you on. Also, like it says it's 6 minutes 55, so it might be a bit long. I felt like the verse could have occurred earlier after the drop. I'd have to listen back to double check, but I had that feeling. Definitely I would turn the bass up. The bass just sounds a bit too quiet. Notes sound everything spot on, but just like not loud enough really. I love the space and the sort of atmospheric drone. Such good vocals, so good. Oh, new bit. I think those arpeggio-y bits could be a bit louder as well. I'd turn them up a bit, because that's your new lead. This is really good. You notice I've quietened down, I'm just enjoying it. There's a nice counter melody to that line as well that I'd like to hear a bit more clearly. A nice acoustic guitar could fit with this. Lovely. Yeah, those vocals coming in there are wicked. It's a tune to get lost into, says Asalok. Yeah, it's got a really lovely, like, eyes closed, dancing, hypnotic. Really like it. 1N White says smooth transition, like it. Good. Was that the only time there was a snare roll like that in there? Oh god, I can hear Lara's going mental in the garden. She's like, keep the tune playing. Can you hear her on the mic? Oh my god. Yeah, wicked. Let me just... You have got the... It's in there. Okay, good. Obviously, you don't want to overuse that, but I wonder if that occurs... I like that very high. It's sort of just hidden away in there. Yeah, try to be very careful not to overdo it. 3 times so. That's probably about right, really. Maybe you could do one here. So this is where I would hope you'd come in for the verse. I think this is where the verse came in. Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, it's alright without the snare roll there. Absolutely love it. Like, you know, I trust you to micromanage that, and I know you'll make a bazillion changes to it anyway. The only big ones to my ears that I would look at is turn the bass up a bit, and where this other arpeggio comes in, the second drop, I think that it deserves to be louder so you can hear it more, and it has a nice counter melody in there as well that I presume you would lift up as well. This I turn that up. So those are the only, like, it sounds beautiful. Like, it's a lovely piece of music that. If you're looking for like John feedback or like other pair of ears, the only things I can really suggest at this stage is just turn the bass up a bit and turn up the that sort of melody that comes in the second drop. I think it might be present earlier on, I don't know, but I only noticed it in the second drop. So absolutely epic, certified banger for Thistle.
Big tune. Hold tight all the junglist inside the ride.
Selector, give you a horn. You can have a horse as well, and some applause for that. Really love that. Beautiful tune. Keep me in a loop on that one. Obviously, I'd bite your arm off it to release on my label if you wanted to, but I'm sure lots of people would as well. But if I can help, I will. If you want me to send it to people for you, if you don't want to release it on my label, I'll try and do my best as well. Thistle says it's actually unique to the second drop as a variation, and because you latched onto it, did exactly what you wanted. Ah, good, cool, yep. Yeah, all right then, good. I wasn't sure if I could hear like the ghost of it in the first one, but I mean that's the sign of a good secondary thing, is like you want it to be there and then it comes in later. So it came in at exactly the right point and it does exactly what it should. It's Very, very smart. Nice job indeed. So we have Banksy here with the next one. I don't think I've got much time left. I think probably... Oh, God, it's Conclave. Conclave's been here all afternoon. I think what we'll do is we'll do the 2 Banksies and then Conclave, and then I'm going to have to call it there. I can't... oh no, but there's a Loma one as well, and Sean. Oh shit, I think I'm gonna have to draw a line, and we'll say, like, once I get over sort of 5 hours ish, we're gonna have to, like, call it, and then yeah, so we'll see. We'll try and get through these. So, this is Arc of Sound, Body Dicers, Half-Life instrumental. 22 hours old. Yeah, these are always on Thursdays, Brady. I'll be doing one next Thursday, so if I didn't get to you, it'll be next Thursday. Alright, snare could do with more bite to it, in my humble opinion. Oh, that's a cool pattern. You're on the West Coast. Well, I upload these all to YouTube afterwards anyway, Brady, so, like, you know, if you can't make them live because of time zones, I upload them all to YouTube so that if you miss them, you don't miss them, you know what I mean? Like, these are the only VODs that I upload to YouTube afterwards. This is one of those ones where, like, it's not really my vibe. Everything sounds alright. Like, it's got a sort of a more of American dubstep influence kind of sound. It also, the drums and everything sound a bit more like preset-y rather than gluing together in a bit of an organic kind of way, if that's... I don't know how to put it. The demonic image sort of goes with the sound, which is sort of, you know, mysterious demonic vibes with the sort of organ sound. It's cool. It's a good sort of I don't know what to say. Like, good work. Not something I would play or could play. The drums are a bit preset-y, so maybe add some break beats and things in there. The snare had a bit too much reverb on it. The ride cymbal sounded a bit too artificial, so maybe try and switch that for a different ride. Add some breaks and things, shakers and all that. I haven't said that today. It's the first time, so I can get away with it. The general, like, instrumentation, those sort of church organ things and everything, it's just not what you would hear in a club or listen to on Spotify or anything, really. Like, it sounds interesting and cool. Like, if you're framing it more for, like, video game music or music for a sort of low budget 80s horror movie or whatever, then it makes more sense. But for kind of what we're aiming at here, which is more for, like, could this be released in you know, in the world of drum and bass nowadays, and would you expect people to listen to it on Spotify or play it in clubs and everything? There's a lot of things about this track that just don't fit in with the current vibe of stuff. You know, all fits together all right and all of that, but choice of sounds and, like, tune that it's playing is a bit, like, it's just a bit too far out of line with what sort of works and fits in. But it's still good work. Or, you know, thank you very much for sending that in. We've got another one here from Arc of Sound. This one's Body Dicers, The Damage. So I guess, like, I can tell the aesthetic here, the sort of, the mission is a sort of necromantic, dark, Evil Dead, dark core vibe. So that, you know, makes a bit more sense if you think of it that way. Again, the drums sound a bit like sort of dry and like preset-y, and the sort of that funny reverse snare sounds a bit off. I can see this effort there, like the snare drum roll, the bass is like being filtered out. The drums cut through more on this one. There's more attack on the kick and the snare. That's an improvement. Snare could be a bit louder though. The bass is dominating everything and it's a bit wide compared to the rest of it. And a bit wet. A bit too much reverb on the bass. But there's a lot going on. Yeah, Curly Roller in the chat says there's a lot going on here. It's hard to latch on to anything. I prefer this one over the last one. I prefer that synth line compared to sort of the church organ thing that was on the last track. The kicks, it's a nice kick. It's a good choice of kick for what's going on there. I reckon you could fit a 4/4 kick section in this and it would fit quite well. Oh, instead you went for the half-time. Alright. It's an interesting Reese, like good filtering and things like that, but the bass sounds a bit too wide and stuff. Low end, you could boost up the low end. I think if I'm trying to give you a bit of advice on this one, if you would like it, bit more low end on the bass. The snare needs to be a bit louder to cut through more, but there's a lot going on, and the bass is a bit wide and domineering everything, and the drums sound a bit disjointed. Again, like I think it might benefit from some kind of organic element to the drums, either if just a little bit of a break in the background or something, or some kind of more organic shakery type stuff on the top, or you just go fucking hardcore and just go like mega gabba 4/4 noise, like put some fucking screaming in it, and sort of, I feel like that's more your like aesthetic. I think there was I got some demos sent to me by somebody called just some releases actually. There's somebody called The Satan and I played a couple of them because it sort of fits like Neuro, but it's epic, hard as nails, like so I think maybe you should just embrace that and go harder and more distorted and noisy than you are here, like really fucking go mad and record yourself like screaming and shouting and just go for it, like, because I can tell from the artwork and sort of the hints at stuff, you know, is Body Dicers is the name of the track here, like, just go epic, just think like gabba, noise, drum and bass, do it faster, do like 185 BPM, 190 or something, just own it and go like fucking mad, and, you know, wear a skull on your head when you're DJing, and I think your stuff would make a lot more sense if you went that way, maybe. Just a suggestion. I don't know. I'm just. I've been here for 5 hours. I might have lost my way with what I'm recommending here, but have a look at that. Maybe wear a skull mask and scream into the mic and use that on there. Seriously though, like I don't know. I reckon with your vibe, with a name like a track like Body Dicers and all that, you could just ramp it up. You've got to like pick a side and fucking go for it. And I think that might be a solution for you. I don't know. So If you, so that's my thoughts here. Okay, so anyway, thank you very much. That was Arc of Sound, Body Dicers. Banksy is their name on the Discord. The artist name I think is Arc of Sound, or it's possibly Body Dicers. So thank you very much. Thanks for sending your stuff. Right, last tune of the day, because he's been here all afternoon patiently in the chat, and it would be terrible if I ended the stream here. It's our friend Conclave. Look at the size of this. Look at that. Look at all the effort that's gone in there. Look, hang on, let's put this on the main focus. This is the not complicated at all. What we got? Kicks, mids, some rises, swooshes and booms, 20 hertz sound, bit of a pad. All right, cool. Let's see what it sounds like. 8-track thing. Read description. Okay, I shall. Let's see. Have you checked this in mono, by the way? Have you, have you made sure that this sounds all right in mono? Because that's important. Lol. All right, here we go. So around 5 hours into this, so it's like early days, basically, constrained himself to only 8 channels, taking it back to the tracker days in the 90s. Mixing this was interesting considering each channel has varied sounds on them. I bet. Okay, cool. So bear this in mind. Bear in mind the limitations set as a challenge on this song. This is Conclave, who's in the chat. Let's do a shout out for the Conclave as well. He does a lot of streaming. Let's spell it right. Konklave. Did I get that right? I did. Yep, cool. So here we go. 8 channels of drum and bass. Let's go. So this is referencing the golden tracker days. Oh, I like that. Little vocal snap led into that. Bang, bang. That's good. It it makes me want to hear more of the intro. It's got a So you're going for a 90s aesthetic on this as well, or is it just the limitations that's in it? Well, we'll see in a minute, won't we? I love the vocal sample. That's cool. The use of the vocal before the drop there was bang on. That was great. I definitely have the vocal occurring more often. Make more of it. That's my first thought for innovation. Nice and dry. Yeah, scared to overuse it. Yeah. Which is something I've been very guilty of recently, overusing vocals and stuff. That sounds cool, the bongo. That fits in nice. I love those 80s toms. And even though that bongo thing sounds a bit sort of out of place, it's not. Like it's cool. Oh, I like that. That was really good. I personally reckon. I mean, I go through phases of recommending various shit, don't I? So don't listen to me. But I think like a 16-note bass would give this a bit more of a ongoing like thing, rather than but whatever it's doing. If it was a it might give it more like continuous movement. Well, I mean it would, but whether you want that or not, I don't know. You could give it a quick try, couldn't you? Some really nice cuts to very dry stuff there. funny when you're listening analytically on headphones, but in a club, like, it's not as dry because of the echo effect. The 909 ride on this isn't quite doing it for me. I sort of, in the back of my head, I'm feeling a bit of Johnny L, Sea Red kind of hats of that might like some Johnny L inspiration on the tops could revolutionise it a bit. Yeah, good work. I think, so top of my head, quick first judgments are maybe use the vocal a bit more. Like, you've held back on it, which is a smart move, but I think you could get away with having the vocal occur a little bit more often. And I'd be interested to hear, with a sort of repetitive 16th kind of bass on the sub, just to keep it chugging along a bit more. And what was the other one? Did I already say it, or was I thinking and I didn't say it? Bollocks. Oh yeah, just like Johnny L tops. I'm not saying use tambourines and shakers like I always do. I felt like, because it's got like a bit of a synthetic vibe. I'm thinking like the tops from Brother. You know, when it's in the breakdown of Brother and the bass is just coming in, it's like that kind of this sort of insistent, but like it's an irregular pattern. I mean, it's on the beat, but like an irregular pattern that's like gives it a driving force, sort of galloping. Yeah. I think that would sound wicked in there, and also I think if you paired that with making the bass more like 16th notey, those together could be like really cool, and maybe have the vocal in a bit more. Overall balance of sound sounds good. Like, you always get your mix downs spot on. So that's good. That, and to have that only on 8 channels and only 5 hours work so far. Good work, fella. Good work. Give you a foghorn for that, and one of them. There's no cowbell in it though.
Guess what?
Stick a cowbell in.
Fever.
Cowbell mix.
And the only prescription is more cowbell.
Don't listen to him. Don't put the cowbell in. I beg you. No, not again. No. Just one hit. Yeah, just at the end. Boink. Lovely jubbly. How's it going? Cool. So that was the last one for today. We will have to continue next time, because I am I'm done for the day. I've done 5 hours of listening to lovely music, which is all right. Machine Tricks is going to make a cowbell tune to get with pitched cowbells. Every a tune where basically a song that's only swooshes and booms and think break top tambourines and cowbells. Nothing. That's a challenge. Curly Roller says, sorry I missed so much, but glad you heard what you did. Well done, everyone. Yeah, absolutely. Well done, everyone. I think like everything today was fantastic. A really varied selection of tunes, and also producers that have sent us music before, always growing and improving, and doing like varied kind of stuff as well. Some really lovely stuff today. So thank you, everyone. I hope I know you all liked it, all the music, and thanks for giving your own feedback as well. I've got it so that when we're doing this, the text from the chat appears on the screen. So when I upload this to YouTube afterwards, people watching back can see what the chat was saying too, so that's good, because that's an important part of this. For those of you that are watching this on YouTube afterwards and have got this far, well done. Remember to smash that like button, comment for the algorithm, subscribe it really helps the channel. I had a point to make there. But yeah, it's kind of better to watch this live on Twitch, really. Oh, and I had a thank you to say when I was in the middle of something there. Blazius82, thank you very much for the tier 2 for the 2 months sub. I was that was 4 minutes ago. I hope you're still here, and I hope you're not hating me for not replying. But I was listening to Conclave's tune. Thank you, Blazius82 for the sub then. Postbox Geek as well popped in to drop a bit of sub love, and we had Korax, Phil the Power, Gabriel, Bob the Human, and a whole bunch before. So thanks for that, and thanks for the follows. People that have just joined us for the first time today, click that bell icon. So I'm just looking for someone to raid, and I'm also going to tell you all about tomorrow. Who've we got? There's somebody we haven't done before. Let's see this. Cool. So, when am I on next? I'm going to jump on tomorrow for a little bit, not too long, because I've got a lot of admin and stuff I need to catch up with, like including doing contracts for Thistle and Asterlock and Loma for the tunes that they've sent in previous demo streams, and I'm signing because I love them so much. So I'm really going to try and get that done tomorrow. But I just don't have enough hours in the day to do a lot of this stuff outside of streaming. So I'm going to try and catch up on that tomorrow. But I've got quite a backlog of promos to listen to, and so what I want to do tomorrow is go through, listen to the new promos, but also kind of get clear in my mind what we're going to be doing for the next few weeks in the studio, what kind of songs we're going to be working on, kind of do a little analysis of what everyone else is doing, what seems to be doing well and sounding good, and where I fit into all of this. So I can decide what tunes we work on for the next sort of 6 weeks or so. So I can kind of put them in the diary. So I've got some target to work towards, because it's easy to get distracted. I know the Doom song is pretty much almost finished. I think the finishing touches for that I'll do off stream now, so I'm not boring you with the same ones all the time. Same goes for Ventilate. The big one that I'm excited to work on some more is the Arena track, the one that I'm doing for Tarkov. Like, they haven't asked me. It's the same as my previous Tarkov stuff. I'm just doing it as a fan, and I'll send it to Battlestate Games, who make the game, and they might use it some of their promotion stuff. But it's not like I'm not getting paid millions of quid for doing actual video game soundtrack stuff, unfortunately. But it's going to be a good tune anyway, and it'll be more of a just drum and bass aimed at one. So tomorrow I'll be on. I'd like to try and start earlier, like 11ish or something, and do a stream before lunch. So we'll hang out, listen to all the new drum and bass releases, and maybe make a bit of an action plan and an analysis, so that we know what we're working towards in the coming weeks in the studio, so I can prioritise what we're doing and how we're doing it and all the rest of it. I've also had the masters come back from some of the new Wild Dog stuff, so we can listen to them and see how cool they are. So all right, thanks for those of you that have stuck with me all afternoon. Thanks to everyone that sent the music in as well. Thanks to everyone that's still watching on YouTube as well. And I'll get this up on YouTube as soon as I can. So big up, lots of love, peace out, love crew. See ya.